There were tales of a warrior so powerful that he single-handedly tamed the frozen north and built a kingdom just to honor himself. It is also said that this great warrior, growing complacent as ruler over this kingdom, continued north beyond the veil, beyond the veil of reason, into the wasteland that no man or beast could ever hope to survive. This warrior king, the first king of the north, vowed to return to his people as a god and expected them to worship and praise him. For thousands of years, this tale was passed down through the generations, believed only to be myth, some kind of cautionary tale, until it came from the frozen wastes, a creature of ice and fury. Welcome back to Infinite Roleplay. I am, as you know, Nelson, your humble PC killer, as it were. This is the second iteration of the Frozen Colossus. These fine gentlemen are my players, and I'll let them introduce themselves and their characters. That's you, Sam.
Alright, so tonight I'm going to be playing Thuggin Stone Cleaver. He'll introduce himself as Gorum Axebreaker. This is a false identity he has created for himself. There's a picture of him right there, guys, ladies and gents, if you want to look at him. He's a little bit prettier than your average orc. But all in all, he's got a very nice suit of plate mail on, and currently he's just walking down the road. And he's got his 4 weapons on him, which are 2 warhammers and 2 battle axes. So, yeah.
All right, I'm Jim, and I am playing Roscoe, the humble, since that's a word for the night, the humble thief looking for salvation, not necessarily religious, but just making up for all of the bad deeds that he has done, whether it be working for free. I know it's crazy, right? It's D&D. And just doing anything he can to help everybody. Very good-natured, very lighthearted, even though he is trained in assassination. Yeah, that's good for me.
Okay, I'm of course Josh. I'm RDD20. Tonight I will be playing Sir Reginald Walther Fausting the Sixth. He's a very old character of mine. I created this character in 2nd edition. He's 6 foot 5 inches tall, covered head to toe in shining silver plate mail. He carries a shield pretty much constantly on his left arm that actually has a sheath in the middle of it. So his sword is actually sheathed in his shield, rather than on his waist. He's a lawful good paladin, and I'll be playing this lawful good 2nd edition style. So I hope to God there are no thieves, or they're going to lose a hand.
I guess I'm up. Good evening, everybody. My name is Bryant. I will be playing Rhinox Bronzebeard. He is a very sturdy and stout dwarf. If you want to picture an Irish individual, he kind of has a very fair skin and blazing red hair. His beard is tied into 3 separate ponytails. On his shield is a symbol representing all of his history, which is quite extensive. He's kind of an older, but not too old, of a dwarf. He's a Tempest cleric. He's also a cleric of Moradin, and also Dumathion. So he's got relatively all the representations on his shield, but he doesn't have a typical weapon. He has a mug or a flask, as you say. It's kind of his chosen weapon of choice. He also has earned the nickname Brewmaster because that is his passion in life, is to not only brew ale, but his dedication in searching for the secret recipe, which Dumathion told him about, which can basically create the ultimate dwarven holy water, which would be some healing ale. So that's his mission in life. Let's have some fun.
All right, gentlemen. Being denizens of this empire, you know that the first king's empire was vast and his subjects many before he disappeared into the frozen north. And over the millennia, in his disappearance, in his absence, this empire was too large for any one man to rule. So it was divided into 5 holds, ruled over by 5 lords, the 5 lords of the north. You gentlemen live in the southernmost part of the empire, under Lord Gaspard Vowin, last of the 5 northern lords. He had put forth a call for champions to help stay the advance of the Colossus, this frozen Colossus. This frozen Colossus came from the northern wastes, came down one by one to the 4 other sections of the empire, bringing the frozen wastes with him, freezing the land over, leaving nothing but a glacial wall to the north of Lord Gaspard's lands. He had summoned a party previous. He had gathered what he thought were the best champions of his empire. He had given them all the equipment they needed. He had given them retainers to see that their travels went easily, that they were taken care for, and had backup if the need were to arise. And yet, 7 days had passed. No word. Nothing. The glacial wall seems to be advancing when it had once halted. In fear for his empire, not knowing what to do, he calls forth 4 more champions. Those champions are you. When you hold audience with Lord Vowin, he's very stoic, his head bowed low, unable to carry himself like the Lord he is, the king he is, the ruler that he is. He's a broken man, desperate. He raises his head and he addresses you. I don't know what to do anymore. It's been 7 days' time. And now instead of the wall falling, instead of the wastes receding, they grow closer. I need true champions. I pray to the gods. You are them. As I told the ones who came before, I'll tell you now. If you can defeat the Colossus, if you can break this advance of the frozen wastes to our lands, I will elevate each and every one of you to be my equal. And once again, we will have 5 Lords of the North. Takes a deep breath, exhales, bows his head once again, trying to hide his desperation and despair. His personal guard comes in and escorts you out. He's unable to give you any adequate retainers, as most of the denizens, the people of his empire, The occupants of his castle have fled south in fear of the coming onslaught, in terror of the frozen Colossus.
So we've been ushered out back to our own little personal quarters, or?
You've been escorted out of the castle and set on your way north towards the glacial wall. There is only one entrance into the glacial wall. Everyone knows it. It's like a mouth into the frozen wastes. It's a giant cavern, 50 feet in diameter. The glacial wall stands hundreds of feet high. And every day it grows slightly closer.
Do we know how far our travel is supposed to take us?
By now, it was once a few days' time, requiring retainers, a cart, oxen, horses. Now it is only about 2 days' walk.
Do we know how far we will be going past the glacial wall?
No one knows.
Okay.
No one's made it back.
As
Right.
as we're traveling, Thugged will just look at the walls and say, "It looks to me like, yes, these walls are receding. They're trembling in fear of us, boys."
7 days, not a sound. Dead shall we find them on the ground.
Nice.
If they died, they were too weak. Let them rot where they lay.
Reginald,
So
being a paladin, you know that there was one of your order, another paladin, a pure paladin, a creature pure of heart,
Oh, there was another paladin? Oh, shit.
who was a silver dragonborn,
Man.
a man of the north, a man of the winter, whose the northern wind flowed through his veins. He went in never to return.
Who else did they bring with them on this adventure?
There was a death knight who wore the bone of his fallen enemies as armor, who had a sword carved to look like a corpse, with a blade extended through its ribcage. He was a master of death, of the necromantic arts. He was also a paladin of the same order of Reginald, but he believed that one must embrace the dark to save the light. There was also a wood elf. He had roamed the lands, he had roamed the wilds for hundreds of years. He was very wild, very feral. He too went into this cavern, went to the frozen wastes, and has yet to return. Finally, I forget.
Forgot the last one.
I only named 3, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Ah, yes. There was an actual champion, a great champion, a soldier amongst soldiers. If he had allowed himself, he could have led an army. His skill was great. His sword and with his hammer and shield, he was able to beat back almost any foe, landing crushing blow after crushing blows. He went with them as well, and again, still never to return.
Lucky for ye, you brought me, Tempest of Cleric. I shall not fail ye. Will not fail us. We will survive.
I'll pat you on the shoulder just for a moment and say, "Indeed, little one. But if we're going to go up against that thing, we need to be smarter about it than they were."
Foolishly, they drove into the wilds without knowing their enemy. That's what I think.
While you guys are leaving with what they thought were the champions of their lands, the ones that were going to save them from this onslaught, some of the people that remain and some of the people that are trying to pack up as much of their lives as they can before they escape this encroaching death are, this creature was referred to as the frozen Colossus, but now they're referring to him as the first king. The first king has returned, and we're not worthy. That's some of the things that you hear. The first king has returned, and now we must worship him, from some of the ones that aren't running away.
I didn't catch the name of the first king. I remember the story, but I don't recall the name.
Nobody recalls the name. They all refer to him as the first.
Because it was so long ago.
I'm going to look over at the halfling. You look like the sneaky type. You think you can encircle our foe?
Excuse me? Yes, I very, very am much the sneaky type from my former life, of course. But if there is anything at all that you and his stammer is completely the most pronounced part of his entire self.
As soon as he starts stammering, Reginald looks at him. Speak normal.
I am most certainly speaking in the common tongue, sir. If there is anything you need, I would be more than happy to scout ahead of the group, if you so would like. Anything I can do to help. Yes.
I think I know what the little lad needs. And I didn't say this in my intro, but I'll always have a barrel of ale on my shoulders. Like, sometimes the shield will be on there, but I take it off. It's strapped to my back with a piece of rope. And I pour him a nice little 10-ounce glass of ale and hand it to him and say, "Take this, lad. It'll calm your nerves."
He takes it from you. One-handed gets out one of his water skins, corks off the top, pours it out, and slowly, carefully begins to pour it in. He goes, "I appreciate it, but I make it a rule never to drink before anything dangerous. I really do not wish to revert. I will drink this toast with you when we return victorious, my friend."
Good enough for ye.
You don't drink before you go into battle? Kind of.
My personal fortitude is not quite as high as that of my dwarven friend here.
Too stout for the young one.
From what I hear, too stout for most.
But a strong warrior always drinks before he goes into battle.
And I'll pour a toast to everybody, or pour one for everybody, and they got to share out of my mug, because unless you're carrying around some flasks and tankards or something, probably really doesn't have anything to drink out of.
Yeah, I'll act like I'm drinking, and then at the last minute, just nobody sees it, but I'll just flip it over my shoulder and pour it up to my lip real quick.
As you flip the drink over your shoulder, you actually catch a peasant in the face. And he's like, "Pardon me."
Are you okay, sir?
And the peasant is resting his hand on a blade that's at his side. He's not wearing any armor, but he's resting his hand at a blade at his side. He goes, "I think you owe me an apology."
Not so sleight of hand.
He's like wiping the.
Who owes you an apology, sir?
Oh, he's staring at the.
I look over my shoulder and say, "What are you talking about?"
He goes, I believe you splashed me."
"What are you talking about?"
I look at you.
I hand the sign back over to one of them, and I'll look over to him. "He did it."
I don't know. I believe it was you.
This is.
Well, what if it was? What if it was? I think he did it, though. And I'm just pointing at the dwarf.
This is simple enough to figure out. All I got to do is cast Zone of Truth.
he just raises the hand that he had on his hilt. He raises it up. He's like, "Fools, you! You drink out of fear. fear of the first. He's come. He has become a god for us. Run in your fear. I am one of the faithful. And then he grabs a horse, and he starts walking away with his horse-drawn cart. And he's walking northernly.
Northernly? Is he one of our retainers?
Apparently, he's an idiot.
You guys,
Apparently,
you
he's
guys
pretty
didn't get
brave.
retainers.
But I'm gonna. So go ahead, man.
Yeah,
we don't have retainers.
The only one that might have retainers is Sir Reginald, but he ain't one of them.
I'm gonna. Ron next goes over to Thuggin and places his hand on his shoulder. Might be a little taller than me, so he kind of reaches up and not so sleight of hand, are you? I see you, little
What are you
trickster.
talking about?
And now that I think about it, I reach around and make sure that I'll have my coin purse on me because he did touch me on the shoulder earlier. Make sure I got everything. Yeah, be keeping my eye on you.
Oh,
Hey,
that's
listen.
not necessary, my friend. Just, well, I guess I wouldn't mind. You know, I will be up in the creature's face.
You steal all you want from the creatures. It's not from me. And then I go over and
Still,
pick up my barrel,
who's stilling
tie
something?
it back on my shoulders, head off to the north. I think we're done, right? We got all our supplies and everything, like, right? Or we
Yeah,
just-
you have whatever supplies you can feasibly carry yourselves.
Yeah.
All right.
I reach under my shield, take my helmet out, and put it on. Lower the visor. Let us be off.
To the frozen north.
So you guys start walking north, and like I said before, it takes about 2 days worth of travel. When you guys start closing in on this cave, this giant orifice, and it's 50 feet in diameter, and
The mouth of madness.
yeah, the glacial wall is hundreds of feet high, but as you grow closer and closer, halfway through the first day's travel, it starts raining, but the rain is so cold and frigid that as it hits the floor, before it could finish splashing, it freezes and it just leaves sheens of ice on the ground. As it hits you guys, before it has a chance to fully soak into whatever clothing you're wearing, it freezes. And it's freezing rain, and it's cold, and it's horrible. And then you get closer, and it starts sleeting, and the wind picks up, and it's blowing like it feels like from everywhere. Like you just can't catch a break. And then you start on the second day, towards the end of the second day, as you grow closer to the wall, within a few hundred yards of the wall, the weather just stops. It just goes calm. There's no rain, no snow, no sleet, and no blowing wind. There are no animals, no birds, nothing. You see the cart, the horse-drawn cart of the man you saw before, who left before you, is sitting there, the horse lying on the floor. The man is praying. He's knelt down, apparently worshiping at a shrine. The shrine is covered in frost, as far as you can see, and he's surrounded by a few dozen other figures that they're all encircling this shrine. And a few yards away from that shrine, there is a second shrine on the other side of the opening to the glacial wall. A few dozen black figures sitting on their knees, also hands folded in their laps, heads bowed, worshiping. But no one's moving.
Well, that's quite a scene.
And these two shrines have been here as the wall approaches. So the wall will soon run over these shrines.
These shrines are like 20 feet from the wall.
Okay.
And the worshippers, there's a few dozen of them, so the outer ring comes within 10 feet of the wall.
Okay.
Do we hear them chanting or anything? I'm sorry, Jim.
Oh, no.
There's complete silence. You don't even hear the blowing of the wind. You don't feel the blowing of the wind. It is unnaturally still.
Who are these shrines to?
You want to get closer to see if you can see?
I would love to sneak up behind them.
Dude, they're surrounding the shrines in a circle, so
Okay, cool.
sneaking out behind some of them, but you're facing others. But yeah, sure, walk right up.
Okay, go ahead.
Just kind of get put myself in a situation. It'd be kind of an eerie stillness. They could be possibly frozen. I don't know. I think I would definitely start as a cleric I think I would cast aid and a couple other like defensive type spells before going in there. Oh no.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm a lawful good paladin, so I'm just walking up to see if there's anything wrong with them, if they need anything. Because lawful good, as we all know, is lawful stupid.
Well,
Right.
Yeah.
well, we have two gentlemen that are walking towards shrines. Which shrines are you walking towards? Are you walking towards the one that looks like it's surrounded completely by black figures, or are you walking towards the one that is surrounded primarily by black figures with what seems to be the guy that had left earlier?
I'm not walking towards the shrines. I'm walking towards the people.
They're surrounding the shrines.
I'll go right.
I'll follow right. Is right would be the one without the guy from town, right?
Yeah.
That's the one I'm
Okay.
going to.
So they're all going that way.
Two of them are going that way. The other one is casting spells.
Yeah, I'm standing back and saying this can't be that good. This.
I do have a passive perception of 20, if that makes a difference.
Hey, yeah.
Wow, that's a
I'll
pretty
tell
good
you what,
passive perception.
I'll tell you what in a minute, but let's find out with what Thuggin does.
He's looking around, seeing if there's any high elven women, if he can tell that from this distance. If not, he's just going to continue on through the passage.
Yeah, it's at this point everything looks almost silhouetted. It's either black or blue, with very muted brown and green for the ground, from all the dead frozen vegetation.
They don't have any objects left unattended, so I don't see anything over there for me.
Oh, there's the cart that has the dead horse. That's closer to the left, though, to the other shrine.
What's on that's unattended currently?
A bunch of stuff. There's, a barrel, a couple of chests, some stuff wrapped underneath cloth.
I'm going to go start rummaging through that.
It looks like the cart of the guy who you splashed in the face with ale.
Yeah, I'm going to go start rummaging through that.
So you walk that way. You walk to the left. Brian is in the back, remaining where he is, casting spells, and the other two gentlemen are walking to the right. Now, the two gentlemen walking to the right, how close to the worshippers do you want to get?
How close do I need to be to get a decent look at the shrine?
A decent look at the shrine, you have to get within the first ring of worshippers. There's dozens of them, so there's a few concentric rings encircling the shrine.
I'm not looking at getting within the ring, but I am using my paladin friend as my reason for hiding.
So then I guess it would depend how close your paladin friend is getting.
I'm walking to the people to see if they need anything, so...
Okay, so you basically get to the first circle, the outermost circle.
Yeah.
Right. As you two draw closer, there was, as you know, this eerie calm. As you're getting closer, the temperature seems to drop a bit further. And you get even closer, you can start hearing the wind. But you don't feel the wind anywhere. You can hear the howl of the wind and it's blowing.
Oh.
Worship. You hear that on the wind, and then as you get even closer, you hear hidden in the blowing of the wind the word pray. Right? And it grows even closer, and now the wind is picking up, and you feel it caressing your cheek, and it's cold, and it stings, and it's blowing hard enough to catch up any loose bits of cloth or hair, and that starts billowing in the wind. As you get close enough to the shrine looks like it's made of solid ice, and the people that are sitting on their knees with their hands folded that look like black figures are actually frost-bitten corpses. They're black from the massive frostbite.
Vile evilness. What the hell is this?
I'm gonna grab him by the bottom of his chest piece and pull back. And I think this may not be the best option for us. Maybe we should just move on. Yes, move on.
Before you move on, since you got close enough to the outer ring because the paladin wanted to see if any of the people needed help, one of them reaches out and grabs the paladin by the leg, and another reaches out and grabs you by the back of your of whatever you're wearing, and we pause to go over to Thuggin, who has walked towards the other shrine and is rummaging around in this cart. The cart, as you got closer and closer to the cart, the weather did get colder and colder. You started hearing the wind blowing, but you couldn't feel the wind anywhere on your flesh, anywhere on your clothing. There's no wind affecting you, but you can hear it. While you're rummaging through the cart, you notice that the horse is lying there dead, but there's no blood.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention to that. What's around me? Is any of these guys moving towards me at this point? Have I gotten close enough to them?
All the figures are sitting on their knees, their head bowed, body bent, hands folded in their laps, as well as the guy that you saw from where you left. Is the same way.
Yeah, I'm just looking for anything small and pure, something I could just snatch and like leave this cart and start going into the cave with. Just something small, like maybe a dagger or something small, like even small as a water skin. He just wants to take something. He's feeling the urge.
The smaller items, the locks for the chests are completely frozen over. There's actually ice in between each board of the chest, each board of the barrel, each board of the cart. The cloth that was tied down seems to be frozen solid, and there's a bit of frost covering the circumference of this cloth. Like, you can't manage to open it at all. Everything seems to be frozen solid. So there's really no access to anything that's there.
Okay, so this is a fool's errand here. So I'm not gonna be here anymore. I'm just gonna go into the cave.
Okay, before you go into the cave, we're gonna flash to Rhinox, and Rhinox was in the middle of casting spells, and just as you get done casting your spells, you see off to the right of you that your paladin friend Sir Reginald and the small halfling fellow Roscoe, they look like they were gonna make motions to leave, and two of the silhouetted figures reach out to grab them.
The dirty rascals are coming up from behind you. Look out. And then I would tell Thuggin, get your greedy hands out of the cart. And point over to that way. And I'm going to stand back and see how things go and develop. I'm not really into that melee kind of thing, so see what happens. Now that I alerted everybody.
Okay, so we're gonna flash back to Reginald and Roscoe, and because Roscoe, you have the alert feat, the figure does not manage to grab you. He grabs at you, and you just scoot away just in the nick of time. Um, However, the floor beneath you starts to become it was just dry and just hard, frozen. Like
Yeah.
solid, this ground. But now there seems to be water rising up out of the ground. And as the water contacts your boots, it starts to freeze and ice starts to crawl up your feet. But yeah, you could roll me initiative. As the first thing you hear is when you guys turn is pray, and then roll initiative.
Okay, just you guys have 10 extra hit points.
My
And-
initiative is 7.
That's awesome.
You can't crit initiative. You're not allowed to.
Let's see. Actually, sorry, you guys have
So what is your
15.
total? 25 plus what?
5 from the alert feat.
Yeah.
So 30.
Oh God. Okay, so the two of you rolled initiative. Thuggins' initiative is what?
11.
11. Perfect. I like the sound of 11. Rhinox.
I have Go Gadget Dice Stream. My initiative, I believe, is 0. So I have the big whopping 10.
All right. And maybe I
It's
should.
all better than 7.
Yeah. Yeah, and you guys have 15 extra hit points. Make sure you remember that.
So yeah. So you guys turn away, and Reginald, one did grab you, and you not only have one's hand wrapped around your leg, but you have ice growing up and crawling up your feet up to your leg. Roscoe, you have ice forming up your leg, but you are lightning fast, and you
Would I
react.
be able? Would I be able to get out of this situation, or make an attempt to?
Straight running.
I'll use my bonus action to disengage, move action to move.
Okay. So yeah, you can move away. This is now difficult terrain though, as every step you take, right before your foot lands on the ground, a
Mhm.
moist spot arises just about the size of your foot, and then as it hits the ground, it splashes up and freezes and starts to encase your feet and try to crawl up your legs. So it counts as difficult terrain.
Cool. I'll go for that. During my move, I'm gonna pull my bow off my back, and the one that is currently grabbing at Reginald, I'm gonna pull off 2 shots at. So here's my first 2 attacks. Let's hope that they're somewhere half as good as what I've done. Praying, it's a dry stream. Here we go. That's what I get.
So yeah, the arrows fall just short.
Well, it's actually 16 and 17.
So, oh, what?
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm looking at my longbows. Pardon me. Where'd it go? No, that's right. Because I've got my 5 from Dex. I've got 2 more from so it'll only be like 8. No, because the proficiency bonus. Booyah!
4.
5
That's
from
8.
Dex.
How's
from
it
Dex.
15 and 17?
Because I've got 5 from Dex, 4 from proficiency, and then
That's +9.
right, plus 1 bonus from, you said plus 1 magic item, right?
Yeah, that's a total of 10. That's 14 and 15.
And I have those 5 levels of ranger, and I took archery style, so there's my 2 more.
Oh, wow. All right. Some power gamers. I like to see that. So yeah, Your
So
arrows,
16 and
Like that
17.
your arrows, you release them with such haste that they barely touched the wood of your bow. You barely pulled the bow back half of its draw weight, and yet still it managed to land its mark, and two stick right into the back of this figure that is halfway turned around, grabbing Reginald by the leg.
All right, here comes some damage then. This is the first attack. We'll take the critical damage.
There was no critical damage.
I am also the rogue, and so I have the assassination. Any creature I go before, I get to do a critical hit amount automatically on.
Oh, okay.
And so that's gonna immediately. Are we doing max damage?
Max
and
first.
then
Max
cool.
your first die. Yeah, because I criticals the other way, you still run the risk of rolling less than a single die. So
Okay. So it's 24 plus 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 36 damage on the first shot.
that shot flies through it.
Okay. Well, then the next one won't get the D8 because I have with my ranger, I get an extra D8 of damage if it's not at max hit points. So this next one's just going to be the D6s on the short bow, and so that'll be
What?
yes, sir.
Yeah, you get the D8 from Hunter.
No, that's only if the creature that I'm targeting is under its max hit points.
Yeah, the creature's not dead.
Right, but it's not been hit. Oh, okay. I see.
It hit it and went through it. It hit it in the back and flew through it. It did
Got
so
it.
much damage.
Oh, don't forget my 5 from Dex to that. Okay.
It goes through it and hits another one in front of it.
I can go for that. Cool. And then here's the next one is going to be 14 plus 2 more, so it's 18 plus 5, 23 more damage.
That one flies through it as well, and the two of them fly completely through it into the back of the worshipping corpse in front of it. Oh god, that's a lot of damage. Let's see, who goes next? Thuggin.
Thuggin, so I know that I probably can't take on the Colossus by myself, even though my character would probably say he could. Seeing all of this, he's going to look at the shrines quizzically and think to himself, does it look like he can make it through all these people up to the shrine? Up to one of the shrines. Up to the shrine that they're at.
No. There are several concentric circles around either shrine.
Hmm.
So you can get to the shrine, but you're going to be moving through this little garden of corpses.
Okay. I'm going to move up against my better judgment to Reginald and say, if we die here, it's on you! And he's going to attack the guy that's attacking Reginald that has had his grasp upon him.
So the one that has been literally shot through by 2 arrows.
Yes.
Okay, so you run up and attack him. Go for it.
So, clear that and do 3 attacks.
3 attacks. Ouch.
Would I get flanking from him being on the other side?
Are you going around that corpse, or are you beside Reginald?
I'll go around.
So you're moving. Okay, so you move through apparently the threatening area of. Well, you exit the threatened area of one of them, but it doesn't go to attack you as you move deeper in. So yeah, you can get the flanking bonus.
Okay. So then
a few arrows slap you in the side as you walk around it, as you run into the arrows sticking out of the back of the corpse in front of the one you're attacking.
Okay. So, yeah. I'll just make a second roll for that first attack then.
So all three hits.
Yeah. So that's going to be 3d8. As I've moved, I've drawn out my warhammers. So I can do that with dual wielder. So that's going to be 3d8 plus 15. Not good damage rolls, but
So, but you do manage to pummel it. You're 3d8 plus 15.
mhm.
All right, and you're attacking both with warhammers, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you hear, what you see, and what you feel is that as you're landing these hammer blows on basically the head and center of mass of this frost-bitten corpse, is that instead of any give in the corpse, you feel like you're hitting something that's completely solid. And you can hear the cracking of something that sounds like it was completely solid.
Damn.
There's no blood coming out of the corpse. There's no fluids coming out of the corpse at all. Not from the arrow wounds, and not from you smashing it repeatedly with your warhammers.
Why won't you let go?
And then the corpse sitting on its knees in front of you still has its head bowed and its eyes closed. And then it looks like its lips move ever so slightly. And again, you hear the wind blow and the frosty, cool kiss your cheek biting away. And you hear the word, pray. And Rhinox.
Do I hear that too?
No, you're too far to hear that.
Okay.
You stood where you were, remember?
Yeah. So how many have them actually animated?
Only two of them reached out to grab anyone. Only one of them landed a grab. The one that failed its grab, it twisted right back around, faced the shrine, crossed its hands, and laid its hands in its lap once again.
Dang. I'd like to make like some kind of check, maybe to figure out what kind of religious type stuff is going on here.
You could roll a religion check if you'd like.
Yeah, man, something. Give me a little bit more information here. It's all right. I got a nice little bonus to that too. So, go dice stream. How about a 20 unnatural?
Modified 20, and you said the check was a religion check.
Yeah, religion. What I really like to know is like I can hear the wind. They're praying. Like it kind of kicks up. I see the two daises. Like were they frozen instantly, or is this like the ritual? It looks like ritualistic, obviously, but stuff like that.
With your total of 20 on your religion check, you can discern that both these shrines look like they were built to worship a god, but they are unlike any shrine you've ever seen to any god you have ever known. You do know that there's something odd going on with your religion check, because most of the people of the North believe that all magic, both divine and holy, and every gift a god could give is given through the power of the northern wind. And from where you're standing, there is no wind. There's no wind to be heard. There's no wind blowing. There is just a deadly calm. Yet your allies that are closer to the shrine, you can see visually that whatever loose clothing they have is being blown by wind. Whatever loose hair they have is being blown by wind. But this is unlike anything religious that you know, though this does have heavy religious undertones.
I have an idea, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cast Gust of Wind on myself just to see what happens.
So
in just my little affected area.
basically, you cast Gust of Wind with yourself as the target. You hear the wind blow. It's like worship, and it seems to trail away towards the shrines, but you don't feel any wind blow.
Was that a magical impulsion too?
No, you're not magically
Okay.
compulsed, but that's what you heard.
Okay. I'm gonna shout to these guys that I think we can just go around it. So get out of the inner circles and just circumvent it, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go, since everybody's over to the right, I'm gonna just kind of work my way around, and obviously keep an eye on the action, but just make sure. Yeah, it's my opinion. I think we can just go around this.
Well, Sir Reginald, it is your go, so let me know what Sir Reginald does. Being unmuted might help, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking for a second. Do these guys feel like undead to me?
Do they feel? Well, they look like undead.
Eh,
They definitely look like undead. As a matter of fact, now that you're close enough to them, in between the billowing of the wind and just the loud, almost overbearing sound of the howling wind, which it doesn't seem to be blowing nearly as hard as it sounds. You're getting just the putrid, rotten smell of death.
Okay. I'm going to tighten the straps to my shield. I'm going to take a knee and I slam my shield into the ice. Point first. I'm going to say, back, fiend. My entire shield's going to glow and I'm going to use Channel Divinity to turn undead.
Sure. Just so you know, when you do take a knee, your knee starts freezing over, and the land actually grapples you.
Nice. I kind of figured that would actually happen. So.
And as you channel your divinity, your holy, righteous energy, all of the figures with their bodies bent and head bowed straighten up, stand up, almost in one motion, raise their heads, and all turn to face you. All their eyes open. All this motion happens almost instantaneously, simultaneously. And you can see that their eyes aren't quite glowing, but the entirety of their eye is a deep blue. And you feel winds start to pick up. Very powerful wind. The wind is almost blowing as hard as you could hear it in your head, and you hear the word hidden in the wind, heathen.
They're not running. That's not good.
Oh my God. What have you done? Ah!
And
Paladin just raises an army of undead.
yes, your paladin just raised an army of undead, Roscoe. What do you do?
A laugh.
You're not Roscoe.
I'm going to continue to use my move action to go farther away, backing up closer to with the cleric.
Okay. You meet with the cleric. You're about right by him.
I'm just trying to, because as it stands, as I'm going away, they're not coming after me. They're not following me. Yeah, this weird sticky water turned to ice is.
Yeah, by the time you get halfway to the paladin, that actually stops happening.
Or you mean to the cleric, right?
Yeah. By the time you get
Okay.
halfway to the cleric, that actually stops happening to you.
Okay.
And you no longer hear the wind, you can no longer feel the wind, and you no longer hear any voices.
Okay.
It is
Uh,
once again dead silent, dead still.
I noticed this. I'm gonna say to the cleric, what happened to all the sounds in the wind? And I'm basically trying to lay down suppression fire, aiming at the one that is adjacent. That is the one that we've all been attacking. Stand up as well.
Yeah.
So how many do we have all together? Like,
A few dozen.
oh goodness.
In that one shrine,
Okay.
it's a few dozen. If you have any of you cared to look at the other shrine?
Well, yeah,
You can.
kinda,
I'm pretty sure my eyes are focused on the army of people that just turned to look at me.
um, I'll let my I'm gonna take 2 shots on the one that just stood up, or on the one between that we've been attacking that just stood up.
Yes, the one that has been pummeled by two sledgehammers, basically, two warhammers, and that you've already shot 2 arrows clean through.
Right. Just laying down suppression fire, trying to get them distracted somehow. But I am also shouting, "We can't hear the wind! We can't hear it!" Letting 2 shots fly. I've got advantage on these guys, so here's the first shot. First one's a crit.
Okay.
Second shot is a 25.
They definitely both hit.
Okay, so the first one is
Why do you have advantage on them? I'm just curious.
because wait,
5 feet, right?
say what?
No, that's sneak attack, but that's
You're
not
right.
advantage.
You're right. I'm incorrect. I'll re-roll those again. My fault. My first 2 shots then.
You can keep it, but
No, that's just not right, man. I appreciate it. There, critical fail. That's a 1 though, and I'm a halfling, so I can re-roll that one.
yeah,
And then the 12 is a 24.
you better re-roll that one.
So here's the re-roll of the 1. A
Okay.
7.
So what you're telling me is you don't shoot Reginald in the chest.
Thank God, or thank his God. Yeah. Exactly.
So yeah, what is that? A 20? You're plus 12? Holy cow.
Yep.
A 22 and a 19, but they'll both hit easily.
Okay. The first one. There we go. It's 10, 15, 20 damage.
Yeah, this thing flies almost half. It gets stuck halfway through it.
Cool. And the next one. 9, 14 damage.
Same difference. It's about a third. The arrow goes about a third of the way of the shaft through it. However, the creature that you've been hitting doesn't even respond to the arrow shots.
All right. I'm still shouting. Where's the wind? We can't hear the wind. Plop, 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 plop.
And with as another 2 arrows fly by your face from behind you into the desiccated corpse in front of you. You know, they you don't hear them coming, but you just see 2 boom boom at the corner of your eyes, and now you see 2 arrows sticking out of this form. You can't even hear him screaming. You just hear over the sound of all this massive wind blowing in your ears. So, oh wait, that's Reginald. What you see, Thuggin, is 2 arrows almost hit you as they move through the body of the creature in front of you, stopping just short of piercing you. And you see the short little halfling in the distance waving and yelling, and you can only hear, muffled sounds of his voice through the torrent of wind that you could hear. You hear more, "Pray, heretic, repent." So Thuggin, What do you do? You can start by unmuting. That would be great.
Yeah, I'm going to disengage. Use the disengage action to go back to the cleric.
As you start moving away, all the ones around you turn and face you. And as you're walking away, the ground begins to form puddles, roughly in the size and shape of your foot. Right before your foot contacts the ground, and the puddles splash up, instantly freeze, surround your foot in ice, and start crawling up your leg. It is now difficult terrain to try to escape.
Okay.
So I'm assuming you only get like 15 feet away?
Yep.
So as as the ice is holding your feet, the worshippers of this shrine start to walk forward. As their eyes are open, they raise their hands in front of their faces. They bow their heads down, keeping their eyes open, looking mostly at Reginald and some looking at Thuggin. And they go, "Repent, heretic!" as the wind starts to kick up, and it gets colder, and the wind bites deeper and deeper into your flesh. Frost is forming on all the metal objects that you have. And if you would be so kind to roll a Constitution save.
Who, me?
Thuggin, Reginald, and that's it. The rest of you are far as hell.
So, hearing this, I'm just going to say, I'm sorry! Yeah. They said to repent, so I'm going to do what the voices say.
Alright, but you still got to roll me that Constitution save.
Damn it!
I hate you.
Especially when you roll like that.
I hate you, and your need to use dice stream. That's a 7.
The law of equivalence, baby.
No, because dice stream hates me.
Dice Stream hates me too. Have you not seen me play? Now stop bitching and take it like a paladin.
That's a 7.
All right. So if you rolled, what's your total, Thuggin?
13.
13. Thuggin, you take 5 points of cold damage. Sir Reginald, you take 10 points of cold damage. And then both Rhinox and Roscoe, off in the distance by the other shrine, you can hear the voice of the man that left you just hours before you. You can hear him screaming out, "Heathens!" And if you turn to look, you can see every member of the other shrine standing, hands before their faces, heads bowed, and they're all walking towards you.
I'm having fun
Seeing
seeing all this.
second shrine walking towards you, still hands clasped together in prayer. Rhinox, what do you do?
Okay, so think I'm really gonna piss off a lot of things right now. So I take the typical dwarf posture, which is, shield down, buried into the sand.
Okay.
I raise my mug up, take a nice little long draft of ale, and close my eyes, picturing the center of the dais. And most of my enemies are still around this dais, right? They've not actually left the
In the left-handed shrine, they
Yeah.
moved about 30 feet.
Oh wow, that's a lot. Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is just center mass those, all of them, and I'm gonna cast Destructive Wave right in the center of them.
And what does that do?
That's pretty much a grown-up Thunder Wave.
A thunder wave you can throw?
The Thunder Wave is pretty much here. I'll read it to you, brother. Destructive Wave. Radiant light radiates in a centrifugal circle from a point that I designate out in a pretty much 360-degree. Damn it, I wish I had the page of that. Destructive wave. Okay, you strike the ground, creating a burst of divine energy that ripples outward from you. Oh, so I'm going to charge in to this wave of undead glass, because I think they're pretty much frozen creatures. And
All
I'm
right.
going to take my dwarven shield posture and cast this. So here it is. Each creature you chose within 30 feet of you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. There's 2 types of damage, and if you succeed, you only take half damage, and you're not knocked prone. But whoever fails is knocked prone.
I just rolled an 18.
You fail, because mine is 19.
I don't get to add any pluses?
No way, dude.
All right, fine. I don't get to add any pluses.
So, however many I hit, they're going to take 5d6 thunder and 5d6 radiant damage.
Okay.
Now we're talking, right?
Yeah, we are.
I like the radiant damage. Hopefully it does something. Thunder should be good. You know what? And I'm going to invoke Tempest. And I'm going to maximize my damage here.
All right,
So
nice.
not only do they take 30 thunder, 30 radiant, I'm also going to call upon my divinity power and hit them with another 2d8 electric damage, or lightning damage, which is maximized. So add all that stuff up,
Wait,
and I just pretty much
what?
crushed you.
How? You know what?
Channel divinity, brother. Destructive wave. There's thunderbolt strike. There's divine strike. There's like just a
All right.
bunch of wrath of badness. I'm just
Tell me
unleashing
how it
God right
looks as
Okay.
everything around you is seemingly destroyed.
Seeing that the arrows have really not created any kind of blood or ichor, and I probably, if I paid attention, saw the bludgeoning damage, probably created shards of glass. So my character, being the smart guy that he is, realizes that if he suicides it straight into the mass mob and just calls upon his god, which he does, he sends out this Doppler effect of destructive power and radiant energy, and everything just shatters into 1,000 million pieces of glass.
All right. What happened? They don't shatter into glass, but the bodies seem to crumble at first, almost like if they were rotten bags holding items, and then the eyes, instead of showing any sort of deep blue, they open up wide, and radiant energy is flowing out of their eyes. Their mouths gape open, and radiant energy is flowing out of their mouths, and you can see them literally explode, leaving ripped, just torn pieces of desiccated, frost-bitten flesh, and there's chunks of ice flying everywhere, and it's all flying away from you, because I know one of your Tempest things is that if you do thunder or lightning, it flies away from you 10 feet, right?
Yeah.
So it all flies away from you, and there's nothing but chunks of ice littering the ground with torn tatters of rotten, frostbitten flesh. And as this happens, you can see 30 feet away from you, roughly 30 feet away from you, the shrine begins to glow slightly, and you can see it shaking, and you can feel the ground rumble.
I think it done made somebody mad.
Yeah, so with that done, in the distance, you don't even see this, Reginald. You're facing the exact opposite direction. So how do you handle it? You've got all these things calling you a heathen, screaming at you in the wind. And now that the wind died back down, you get that stench of death. The stench of death dissipated only for a few moments as the wind rose, and you heard them speak. And after they were done speaking, and your body was just, stung and just assailed by this cold, frozen wind, and every ounce of metal just frosting up on you. What do you do?
Okay. I'm going to tip my shield forward because I'm assuming these things are still coming at me. And he reaches up and he grabs the hilt of his sword and starts to slowly pull his sword out. And as he pulls his sword out, the shield stops glowing and you can see the blade is just this shining white light. Then as I pull it fully out, I'm going to go ahead and cast Elemental Weapon as the blade is wreathed in electricity.
Okay.
And as a move action, I'm going to try to stand the fuck up and break this goddamn grapple.
So roll me a strength check.
Yes, that's way better. It'll be 19.
19. You seem to struggle with it at first because you've been standing in this one spot so long, and so much of the frost has just crawled up your body to hold you in place. But you just barely manage to struggle free, and it just shatters for a moment before starting to reform on your feet once again.
Then all I can really do is ready myself for an attack because I've used all my actions.
And with that, the ever so astute, the ever so alert, small little halfling is seeing all this go on. The cleric ran into the left group, literally destroying everyone. The man that came here to worship, that left hours before you, that was praying at the left temple, at the left shrine, lays dead on the floor. He's not bleeding, but the explosion of all that ice pummeled him to death. On the right, it seems like no progress has been made whatsoever. The paladin is drawing his blade, readying his shield, preparing for what seems to be like a long, drawn-out fight. Examining the situation for what it is, what choice does Roscoe have?
Roscoe is going to take his bow, and he's going to spend bonus action, move action, and action all moving or dashing, and he's going to move closer, trying to get within about 15 feet of Reginald, just shouting.
Oh, it'll only take you one move action. Moving towards the shrine, it's not difficult terrain.
Oh, okay. Well then, I'll move toward the shrine, shouting, "Get away! Get away! There! Get away! Just shouting, "Get away!" and then turning again with my bonus action, running back the other way.
Now it's difficult terrain as the ice and water are forming, trying to keep you from moving away from the shrine.
Gotcha. Okay. So I can get about 12 feet further away.
Yeah.
So I'm 27 away from there at this point. Turning around, and no, I'm actually going to continue my arcing run, moving past further down in the direction of the wall.
All right, but it's still difficult terrain to get away from the shrine.
Cool. Then I've still got another 12 feet I can move.
So yeah. So with the short little Roscoe running ever so rapidly towards the shrine, towards you, you hear him. You know, his voice is getting clearer and clearer as he's running towards you. The sound of the wind is being penetrated by this small figure's voice as you hear it form the words, "Get away! Get away! Get away!" And you see him running, and he quickly turns around and just cuts tail, and the ice is forming and grappling his feet, and he's just slugging his way, trying to get towards the glacial wall, towards the entrance into what is now the frozen north. Being that you already started running away, but only got a mere 15 feet away, Thuggin, what do you do?
So I've seen the cleric just like annihilate this other Other
Oh
massive
yeah,
people?
you saw that. Nothing is left standing. The shrine is, but 30 feet away from the cleric, but none of these, desiccated figures, these frostbitten corpses. None of them are left. Not only is there none standing, there are none left. He's just surrounded by small, small fist-sized chunks of ice.
I'm gonna try and keep getting away. Get as far as I can. Hopefully, get out of the wind. I don't know. I don't know how far that's gonna be from me.
Another 30-foot movement will get you 15 more feet away, and at that point it'll stop being difficult terrain.
Okay. And seeing now that the wind's probably stopped completely, I'm going to try and yell. Hopefully, I can get a message to him. I'm not 100% sure on this, but seeing his proximity, it's probably not going to work out the way I want it to. But I'm going to yell, "Can you do that again? We need this one over here cleared."
Yeah, right now, Rhinox, he can hear it fairly well. But as you say, "Can you do that again?" As Rhinox hears those words being uttered from you, your voice is starting to be drowned out. The rest of your sentence is disappearing as the winds start to form. You can hear the winds louder and louder. The shrine in the distance, the shrine to the left, which is but 30 feet from Rhinox's reach, from Rhinox's vision, is starting to glow a blue hue, and the wind is picking up. And as the wind picks up, you can see that the chunks of ice on the floor are getting rolled around by the wind, and they start to circle and conform into little eddies of wind, tiny little cyclones of ice. And then the ice you see start fusing together and growing larger and larger, and each form of ice forms a humanoid. And you see a few dozen humanoids. Then they stand there, they close their hands together. Where there were eyes, there are now deep blue glowing orbs. And Rhinox can hear in the wind, "Heathen!" And as he hears those words, the smell of death is completely gone. All the desiccated corpses are gone, but he can feel stinging his entire form, the biting cold of this rising wind. Any armor he's wearing is being frosted over. Any weapon he's wielding is slowly being covered in ice. And he rolls a Constitution check.
Oh, bring it. Go, dice stream. Let's see. That is pretty good. That is an 11 plus my modifier, so I got 13.
So he takes 5 points of cold damage.
Ouch. Okay.
And at the same time, in the other shrine, where Reginald is the last one there, he's standing there alone. His allies have ran away, leaving him the only soldier, the only warrior, the last bastion to stay this horde, this small horde of seemingly undead, desiccated, frostbitten corpses. They once again open their eyes to stare into Reginald, the deep blue just piercing away at his vision, the wind beginning to rise up and blow again, frost forming on every ounce of metal he's wearing. His shield is starting to be covered completely in a sheet of ice as the wind blows and billows towards him. And you can hear, "Repent! Worship!" And he rolls a Constitution save.
14.
14, you take 5 points of cold damage. And as you see these icy figures reform, close their hands in prayer, they speak to you. After they speak to you, and you can feel the biting cold just tearing away at your flesh, the glowing orbs, the deep blue glowing orbs where there should be eyes in these bipedal humanoid looking forms of ice, once again bow their heads. and they're all faced towards you, Rhinox. What do you do? He stares upon them, silent.
So what? Help me with the positioning. Where did they come up from? Like,
You ran in the middle of them.
yeah.
They all formed around you where they once were, and you are again in the middle of them.
And their disposition is kind of reverent. Yes or no?
Yeah, they're not worshiping you, but their heads are bowed, their hands, their palms closed, and where there would be eyes, where there was once glowing orbs, there's now nothing, and the wind has died down. Though the sound of the wind is still blowing, heavily in your head, the feel of the wind is not matching what you're feeling, what you're hearing. And you are surrounded, and each and every one of them are facing towards you.
I'm going to take up my defensive position behind my shield. I'm going to look up into the heavens and cry out to Tempest, because Lord knows I need his help right now. And I'm going to command these, whatever they want to be, the ice undead, to leave the frozen north. Let's see if that does something. Command them to leave. Maybe they just start marching away.
So you have command undead?
Yeah. I mean, I have command, and I know I can, as a cleric, I can pretty much purge them, but I don't really, like, killing them doesn't seem to be working, so commanding them to leave seems like a possible viable outcome.
So you're reaching out to one of your gods. You're reaching out to the Tempest, a god of storms and lightning, and you're haunted by a flash of a vision where the god you're calling is no longer there. There is no lightning. The only storm is a snowstorm. There's only cold, biting wind. And you hear, not disguised by the wind anymore, you hear the words, "Repent, heathen. Join us in worship." And none of them budge. Once your vision is cleared, you see that none of them moved. And they are all standing there, head bowed, hands folded before them.
I am not a heathen. I am a cleric of Tempest.
But with that, Sir Reginald.
None of these things have attacked yet.
None of them have attacked you. None of them have raised any of their hands in attack except the one that grabbed you. You have only heard words, mysterious words, and felt the biting cold of the rising northern wind.
I'm going to growl under my breath and march directly in a straight line towards this fucking altar.
You make it to the altar. None of them swing at you. They all just face you as you're walking by with their heads bowed and eyes closed like this.
Okay, I'm going to attack the actual altar. And I'm going to smite this little fucker. So I'm going to go ahead and smite as a second level.
That's an additional.
That is my first attack, so that's 18 plus 14 to hit.
Yeah, you hit it. Plus 14, ow!
Yeah.
Where the hell you get all these bonuses?
Okay, I get plus 9 because of a plus 5 strength.
We learned a power game from the best.
One of my channel divinities,
Yeah,
I can add my charisma modifier to my hit. That's part of my channel divinity. Plus, +1 from elemental weapon.
I would just like to let you gentlemen that played in this game beforehand not feel bad about the outcome. As you can see, we're playing with professional D&D players who have studied every ounce of the book. And while you fine gentlemen were rolling with +4s and 5s and 6s, these power gaming assholes have +12s and stuff. That's well done, my friends. Well done. So yeah, you hit it hard. Roll your damage, dude. It is
You're really going to
astounding.
love this damage because I said I was casting it as a 2nd level.
Yes, I know, because you get what, 3d8 plus whatever else.
Oh no, it's still rolling. Like for some reason, it's taking a while. Okay, so that's it's let's see, 48 for the smite, 1d8 for the sword, 1d4 for the elemental weapon. So that's
A lot.
Let's see, that's 3, 4.
it's 20 points of damage.
How much of what type of damage?
Okay,
Actually,
there was. I'm going to go ahead and do it this way. There was 1 point that was actually damage from the sword. 3 points that is lightning damage, and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16 points is radiant damage. And I'm going to go ahead and do that again.
Do it again. Do it again.
Okay, that's 19 plus 14 to hit. That's a 9 plus 14, I mean, not
I mean,
19.
it is a dice. How can you miss it?
He could roll a 1. That's how he could miss it.
Yeah, I could roll a 1, and that's pretty much
true.
it. Okay, and that one will be holy shit.
Just describe how you shatter this thing as the radiant energy. Your sword barely scratched the ice. Your elemental damage, your lightning, seem to almost harmlessly dance around the shrine. However, the radiant energy imbued in your sword, as you sliced, it impregnated itself, leaving just countless cracks throughout the ice, glowing with radiant energy. And as your second hit struck true, impregnated it even further with radiant energy. It's about to explode, and you can describe how this scene unfolds.
So, like you said, man, the first strike, he just the tip of the sword just barely cut it, and he's brought his arm around and brought it down again, and the tip of the sword just barely cut into the ice, and that lightning danced around it, and this thing just became full of radiant energy. And as he, spins the sword and slams it down into the shield and starts to walk away, all of this building energy and these growing cracks just explode, and the dais just shatters.
And as it shatters, you said you sheathe your sword, you turn to walk away.
Yeah, because I'm hoping to God those things are going to fall.
Okay, as it shatters, right, in the corner of your eye, this thing's exploding with radiant energy. You see a skeleton who is just surrounded. Its internals are pouring out with ice. There's ice on the skeleton. This frozen shrine was actually the tomb of the skeleton, and it reaches out for you, and the skeleton's mouth is opening. It drops open, and you can see in its mouth is the purest, smoothest gem of just deep blue, and then it collapses. It falls to its knees, and then it falls over limp. The small tiny horde of just desiccated flesh, these worshippers that had their hands, palms touching their heads bowed, they turned, opened their eyes, and they looked at you. You first see the deep blue, and the deep blue starts to glow, and it glows bright with radiant energy. Their jaws just drop open, and out of their mouths glows radiant energy, and then they just explode. Roll me a dexterity save.
Finally something I'm horrible at. That's a 2.
Okay.
Right, I rolled it 2.
So as you get showered by these large chunks of ice from these exploding corpses, you take 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Copy. Why couldn't you have rolled to hit? Jesus.
Yeah, I don't roll to hit because this is the easy encounter. Um, yeah, so all they all just explode. There's nothing but chunks of ice left. There's the only corpse left is that of the skeleton. Its bones blackened, with just the rotting and the ice that just somehow it's blackened everything, of the skeleton, every bone in the skeleton, and it has that deep blue, that perfect deep blue gem in its mouth. And as uh as as you see, this cool guys don't look at explosions motif happening before your eyes from what for the longest time in this combat seemed to be Reginald just preparing for something, not knowing what he was preparing for, taking attack after attack, the winds blowing around him, his cloth, his armor, his shield encased in, almost nearly totally encased in ice, not knowing what was he doing, where was he getting at. You now see that this was his plan all along. Before you see him, he turns to walk away, and he's actually walking towards you, Roscoe.
So I see this happen. I see that he attacked the shrine, and then he had the cool guy. I'm walking away from the explosion moment.
Yep, and after it explodes, right? He no longer hears the wind. You no longer see his hair or his clothes billowing around. It just drops as if nothing is happening.
I see that happen.
Yep.
I look over to what's now on my right, since I'm on the north side of the fight.
Yeah.
Look over behind our cleric. I smile, draw 2 arrows, drop to an E, take aim, and let them both fly right at the shrine.
Yeah, you're sneak attacking a shrine. How can you sneak attack a shrine? You can't sneak attack a shrine.
Auto sneak attack.
It has no vulnerable points.
Right.
The whole thing is vulnerable.
But I'm going
Defend
at it.
itself.
That's all I got.
You can roll with advantage. I don't know about sneak attack, but you can definitely roll with advantage.
It doesn't know he's there.
Technically, in this combat, it hasn't acted at all on a turn, so I have an instant crit.
No.
Oh, that's true.
No,
that's written right there, buddy.
It has acted.
Oh, okay.
It's acted a few times this combat.
Yeah.
Well, here's my attacks then. Cool.
Hey, I just smited at altars.
Yeah, way to go.
Smited altar. Good job.
So I'm only going to get these both of these D6s plus 5 on both of them.
Yeah.
Cool. So it's going to be 7 and 9 damage.
7 and...
Oh, wait, no. 8 and 10 damage. It's magical.
10. What? 8 and 10? Alright, so these arrows fly, and you notice only... It seems only the very tips of your arrows stick into the ice shrine.
That's fine. I'm more given a cue at this point. Like, hey, this works. Hit this thing.
Yeah. So
I think I just gave that cue.
So
he was paying attention. Yeah.
You finally managed to get away from this shrine. There is, you just hear in the silence, the faintest in the distance, about 60 or so feet away from you, just a push. And you turn to look behind you, and there's nothing. There's no shrine. There's no corpses. There is only Reginald standing there. And in the corner of your eye, you see Roscoe quickly fire two arrows in the opposite direction. Following the arrows, you see them land just barely into the shrine.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm moving towards the second shrine. That's going to be my move action. I'm probably not going to get up to it this round based on everything's laid out.
Yeah, you can double move and get to it. It's no problem.
Okay, I'll dash up to it, but I won't be able to do anything.
Yeah, you run right through all these icy forms, and they actually don't even pay you any mind. They all have their attention focused on Rhinox. Speaking about their attention focused on Rhinox, they all begin to walk towards Rhinox, almost in a procession, almost in a prayer procession. And you hear the wind pick up, and in the sound of the wind, you hear, "There will be no repentance." And the wind picks up. This time, the wind feels like it's almost lifting you off the floor, biting at you again. The frost just tearing away at your flesh and freezing every ounce of metal on you. Roll me a Constitution save.
Go, dice stream. Nice, 17 plus. I believe it's 2.
Don't worry about it. You only take 5 points of cold damage.
Nice. That's
You,
hey,
you
knock
only
on
take
wood,
5
but
points.
this has been pretty sweet tonight.
You only take 5 points of cold damage, and as you're recovering from these 5 points of cold damage, Rhinox, what would you do?
And I saw and heard all the brilliant display of palladism from Reginald.
No, your ears were consumed by the sound of the howling winds. However, in the corner of your eyes, you did see 2 arrows just sort of into the shrine.
And you saw me running across the field in front of you.
Okay, well, I'm still behind my shield, kind of in a I would almost say in a prayer type position. So, you ask us to worship, and you want us to repent, but no one. Damn, what did you just say though? It was a good retort. I lost it with all the other shit. Basically, you're asking people to repent, but yet you're unwilling to let anybody repent. You're like contradicting yourself. That's what I'm trying to get across there.
You heal one word across your head. It's kneel.
I am.
Oh, you're kneeling?
Well, yeah, I took up a position behind my shield, like a defensive position on one knee, kind of.
Oh, I didn't know you were on bended knee.
One bended knee, kind of in a. Yeah. I figured I was having a conversation with a sort of god.
If you're on a bended knee, you can erase that last set of 5 cold damage, but your feet, your legs, everything is frozen up until your waist.
Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. And since I've noticed this,
And instead of hearing there will be no repentance, you just hear pray with us. And since you're on bended knee and you're getting frozen, all the figures that walked up to you, they all kneel as you are, and then they bring down their other leg and sit on their knees, and they go from holding their hands, palms together, into crossing their hands and laying them in their laps, and they bow their heads, and the blue glow in their where their eyes would be is gone, and they bow their heads.
Okay. I'm not going to take any further action. I'm going to let my compadres destroy the thing, which should end it. He's like what's his name? The god isn't the elemental. He's not communicating anymore.
Yeah. All this time you're noticing that the ice is just growing higher and higher, and at this point is where it gets around your waist.
Maybe I should. Okay, I'm going to attempt to stand up and shatter the ice.
It's going to be really difficult since it's literally half of your body, plus your shield is frozen to the floor.
Okay. I'll do another thunder wave. Centered upon myself.
Okay.
To see, well, that really wouldn't work, would it? Because it's going to go out. Well, it should. It should shatter out from my center being, right?
You could direct your hands directly at you.
Yeah.
You can do the thunder wave. You want to do the thunder wave?
Yeah. Just see if
You're
I
free
can
to do whatever
shatter
spell you
myself
like.
out. I'm just gonna shatter myself out of it.
You can do whatever spell you like. I will not stop you.
Yeah, man. That's pretty much centered on myself. I'll even take the damage. And I rolled another 17, so that's pretty good. This one's baby. This is actually just thunder damage.
hmm
Nothing impressive, so it's 2d8.
And as you don't even roll damage, the ice that's encasing you
Mhm.
does manage to shatter. The figures of pure ice that are on their knees in worship, that have sat beside you, that you are now kneeling amongst, their bodies begin to crack at this thunder damage. They're pushed. What is it? 10 feet away.
Yeah.
They're pushed 10 feet away from you, and as they're pushed, as soon as their motion stops from the thunder wave, they stand up. The shrine glows a deep blue. The cracks in their icy forms fuse back together. Their eyes glow a deep blue once more, and that's when you hear, "There shall be no repentance." And with that, we can move on to Sir Reginald.
How far am I from the other shrine?
Yeah, you're about 60 feet from the other shrine.
Okay, then I'm going to... I can dash, and when I'm in 5 feet, still attack at the same time, can I? No, I can't.
Dash is an action.
Okay,
Unless you have the charger feat.
No, I don't. However, I can cast a spell, so...
Go smite.
I was going to smite if I could get close to it.
Yeah,
You can get close to it. 2 move actions. Next round smite. I mean, come on.
Okay, go ahead and dash up next to it.
You are a paladin. You are a figurehead of righteousness and justice and everything that is right with the world.
What
are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of it. I'm just trying to destroy it with some, pure magic now. But screw it. I'm going to dash up.
I gotta mess with Josh. I love him though. He's actually playing a good guy now. This is so awesome. So you double move up?
Oh yeah, that's all I can do. Double move. I figured I didn't have to say, and that's my turn. But
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed that. So seeing Sir Reginald, the guy that just embodied righteous guys do not look at explosions, ran from where he was, full armor, the ice being shook off of his armor, his shield with every step. Every footstep crashes down onto the ground and more ice falls off of him. He's just straight up booking it, right, to the other shrine. He gets to where the cleric is surrounded and he just barrels through, running through all these icy forms. And he gets right to the shrine. He's about to raise his sword. And it's your go, Roscoe.
Got it. I'm gonna just do the same thing I did. Stay on that knee. I'm smiling like that looks so cool. And take my 2 shots again. There you go. 24 and
You hit them
okay.
both. You hit them both.
Cool. So 8. It's 20 damage total.
What?
That's all of it added together.
Ouch. So yeah, two hours. These ones sink in. Not even pretty deep, but most of the arrowhead actually gets into the shrine as they go. Boop, boop. Are you standing near the opening of the cavern, or are you just standing with the flat, just glacial wall behind you?
Currently near the opening of the cave.
All right, you feel a cold wind billow out of the cave, and you can hear faintly in the wind favor. And as you see, two arrows, just another two arrows, just thunk thunk, land, leaving four arrows, just peppering this shrine, the last remaining of the two shrines. Thuggin. What action do you take?
Yeah, I'm going to action surge this round, and I'm going to attack this thing 5 times that's in front of me with my warhammers. This altar.
Basically anything with a 1 or 2 and you freaking hit this thing.
So there's 1, 2.
Okay, so you hit it 1, 2, 3, what, 4 times?
Yep.
Ting, 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 ting.
Yeah. He just becomes this whirling dervish with these hammers, just boom, 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 boom.
And time to roll damage. Whoa, I cleared them. Did we have a 20 in there or a 19? You don't remember? I don't think we did.
Oh, man.
Crap.
I think I saw an 18 though, but
Okay, so no crits. Damn it. So that's going to be plus 20. So that's 5 plus 10, so 15 plus 20, so 35 damage.
yeah,
Bludgeoning?
you're just wailing on this thing, and you're just putting cracks after cracks after cracks after cracks, shattering, just countless breaks in this frozen shrine until like your last hit lands, and it seems to have triggered a reaction in this shrine, and it just starts falling away. Only the base of the shrine remains, and you see a skeleton where, there's just frost all over these black bones. There's ice inside where organs should be. And it's not quite limp, it's still standing there. Its feet are still stuck within the frozen base of this ice shrine, and it's limp like this, with its jaw hanging open, and there is the most beautiful deep blue gem in its mouth. And seeing this most beautiful deep blue gem, the skeleton is waving, almost seeming like it's trying to hold itself up, and it starts moving its jaw, and the wind begins to pick up, and it howls in your ears, right? And you hear the words, "Heathens shall die," and the biting wind now strikes at you, Duggan, and also at you, Rhinox. The both of you, roll me a Constitution save.
Doo-doo-doo. Oh, I got a nat 20. Ooh, I go dice dream.
Awesome.
Really
So
my roll tonight on this thing.
what happened, Thuggin?
16.
16? So the both of you only take 5 points of cold damage. And as the biting wind just strikes at you once more, Rhinox, you've managed to break free from your bondage. Now, what choices you make?
What happened to the guys that were surrounding me when the dais was destroyed? Anything like they crumble?
No, they all seem, their forms all seem cracked up, much like what happened when you thunderwaved them.
Mm-hmm.
Their forms had smoothed out and the cracks did disappear, but more cracks formed, and the blue in their eyes is a little more faint, but they're all still standing. And instead of standing straight like this, they're more like this.
I think I'm going to head to the cave.
As you're running away,
And see.
as you're running towards the cave, you're moving away from the shrine. And as you're moving away from this shrine, every step you take before it hits the ground, it always seems to be in a personal puddle for that foot. And as the puddle splashes, the water goes up, freezes, and encases your foot, making it difficult to move away from the shrine. So you're moving with difficult terrain until you get a total of 30 feet away from the shrine, which is equal to 60 feet of your movement.
And I'd like to take a bonus action.
Sure.
And as a bonus action, he's going to, as he's walking out of his circle of death that he feels like he really needs to get out of, and going past the shrine, he kind of just tips his mug towards the shrine and appears behind the shrine as this floating spiritual weapon of his exact replica of his mug. And as he tips his beer and drinking it, attacks the shrine. And I believe my spiritual weapon.
No need to even roll it.
Yeah, it should be ready.
You can smack the skeleton. It was on its very, very last legs. So you can describe how your spiritual weapon utterly destroys the skeletal figure and steals the glory from anyone else who ran up to it to fight.
So this paladin comes streaking across. This pickpocket Rico Suave comes up to the dais, and I just casually walk by and toast to it and destroy it. Brings just this laugh of joyous happiness to Rhinox, and as this dais explodes and shards go everywhere, he's hoping that the circle of death explodes behind him too. He looks forward to this big gaping 50-foot maw in front of him, and it just seems to be welcoming.
And as you're looking at this big 50-foot gaping maw, and Roscoe in front of you,
Oh yeah, that's right.
who's closer to the 50-foot big gaping maw, putting an exclamation point on the size of this cavern. You both feel another cold wind billow out of this cave, in the middle of this just dead silence, this dead, no wind blowing area, nothing there. Another gust of wind comes out of this, and you both hear faintly, carried by the wind, the word, favor.
That's a new one.
And the skeleton crumbles almost to dust beneath your feet, Thuggin and Reginald, leaving only the deep blue gem that was in its mouth. So you have this skeleton, which is now dust, with only the deep blue gem of this shrine, and in the other shrine, you have a skeleton with the deep blue gem still in its mouth, but the skeleton is lying limp on the ground.
So are we out of combat at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to grab both of the gems. If I have to dash to do it.
Not if I can get to the one that Reginald killed first.
Yeah, you're not. You're gonna grab, and he's already halfway closer. So, Thuggin, you could grab a gem. Roscoe, you could grab a gem. And as you pick up the gems, they are beautiful, but they are cold. They are frozen. And as you hold them in your hands, you can feel that cold in your blood. You both take 2 points of cold damage.
Thank goodness I've still got 15 temp.
No, wait. You both take 1 point of cold damage. My mistake.
Okay. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna pull one of my empty sacks out of my backpack. I'm gonna put it in there, tie it off. I'll walk back over to Reginald. I'll hand it to him and go, "This one's yours." That was pretty amazing. I've got to say, just wow.
All right. And Thuggin, what do you do with yours?
I'm just gonna put it in my backpack. How much does this gem weigh, though?
It doesn't feel. It looks like it should weigh very heavily. It doesn't feel like it weighs heavily at all. It's almost airlight. Like it's effortless to hold. The only effort is trying to deal with the intense cold.
Interesting.
Speaking of the intense cold, in the time it takes you to get to Reginald, your bag that you threw the gem in freezes solid. And your backpack is starting to feel like it's solidifying.
Oh, I'm carrying the sack in my hand.
Yeah, no, the sack that you're carrying it in, Roscoe, that sack starts to freeze solid.
Oh,
However,
okay.
Thuggin threw it in his backpack, and
Okay,
the backpack feels like it's solidifying. And you can still feel the cold on your back, though you no longer feel it in your blood.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna take the gem out if I can at this point.
And when you touch the gem, you take 1 more point of cold damage.
I'm gonna take it out. I'm gonna smash it with my hammers into a billion pieces.
All right, you try to smash it with one hammer, or you bringing both hammers down on it?
Yep.
Okay, as you bring both hammers down on it, a huge wind forms. It forms a small cyclone around the gem at your feet and around you. And this wind is ice cold. It's just as cold as the wind that was summoned by the worshippers as they spoke words of repentance and hereticism to you. Though you hear no words, you are surrounded by this wind. Both your hammers are almost tossed away. They're almost pulled from your hands, just inches from actually contacting the gem. And you have to roll me 2 Constitution saves. So what's your totals?
7 plus 8 would be.
Yeah, you're good.
16,
You're
15.
good. You take 5 from each, so you take 10 cold damage total.
I'm gonna kick the damn gem away at this point, since it's done dealt me like fucking ass load of fucking hit points damage.
As you go to kick
It's
the
a fucking
gem, the wind billows up again. Your foot is pushed away inches from contacting the gem. The gem doesn't budge, right? Your foot is tossed. You almost fall. You're going to have to roll me a constitution check for the wind, and afterwards a dexterity check to see if you can keep your balance as your foot is yanked from underneath you.
Yeah, I'm fine probably on both.
Okay, so you keep your balance, and you only take 5 points of cold damage from trying to kick it.
Yeah, I'm leaving this gem alone now.
Yeah, the sack all of you see that, it is apparent through his clothing and his hair, that there is just a massive amount of wind constantly being circulated in a localized torrent around Thuggin. He's trying to smash it with his hammers. He's swinging repeatedly. His hammers are being just yanked back away from him. He doesn't even contact the gem. He lowers his hammers and tries to kick the gem, and his foot is nearly pulled backwards from underneath him, almost making him fall. And you can see on his skin, not just his armor, not just the metal, not just his warhammers, but even his skin begins to generate frost.
Yeah, I look at the little halfling with the bag being held up to me. I'm not touching that fucking thing.
Yeah, the halfling with the bag, he's not taking any additional damage. The bag is freezing, and it's practically frozen solid at this point.
You're still not going to take it, Reginald?
If you can find someone to buy that vial vile thing. Just tithe 10%.
I have no reason to tithe, but I am certain I know of a handful of people who would purchase this.
Then just sell it and tithe at the nearest temple 10%.
As you wish. And who do you worship? I will tithe in your name.
Paladine, my friend, a paladine.
Paladine. I'll grab another one of my sacks out of my backpack. I'll go over to the other gym, and using the sack, I'll turn the sack inside out with my hand, grab the gym holding on to it, and then pull the rest of the bag around it, tying the bag off with the stone inside of it.
You don't feel your blood inside freezing at all, but you do feel the intense cold, and it feels like it's bleeding through this sack, and the sack is starting to freeze. So, in a few rounds, in a few seconds, the sack will begin to freeze over.
Okay, while we're going on, I'm going to be paying attention to the sacks just on the side to see if anything touching the sacks begins to freeze, if it permeates outside of what's touching it.
Sure, so all of you are proceeding into the cave?
I would like to take a short break here, guys. It was quite exhausting trying to destroy that vial, whatever the hell it was.
So you saying we're carrying around 2 frozen blue sacks of blue
Nope.
balls?
They're gems. They're
After
gems.
all.
Do I
gems.
detect any evil coming from these sacks?
My sacks are good.
You can't detect any evil. There is no evil nor good in these sacks.
Okay.
I don't know, they just dealt 20 points of damage to me. I'd say that's pretty fucking evil, but...
Self-preservation,
You
man.
tried to
That's
destroy
cold,
it
though.
3
Yeah.
times.
I will go ahead and second the short rest. I would like to get my channel divinity back if possible.
So is the group all in agreement for a short rest at the mouth of this cavern?
We'll
the
back
only
away.
entrance.
We'll back
The only
away.
entrance.
Really don't like how often you keep calling it a mouth, but yes. Maw, mouth, yeah, I do not see this ending
I
well.
just picture going into the depths of a big giant fucking dragon.
And it just
teeth.
closes, I swear to God. That's
Yeah.
what I'm picturing
I
myself.
mean, come on, Empire Strikes Back, buddy. Let's go.
So yeah. So you rest an hour
Yeah, we're
Away
gonna
from the entrance.
away from the entrance. You can rest an hour away from the entrance. So,
Rhinex is gonna take off his barrel that he has on the back, and he's gonna plop his fat ass right up on top of that barrel. He's gonna lean his back up against the wall, and for the next hour, he's going to consume a good quantity of the Dwarven Holy Ale as he replenishes his not so depleted arsenal of
all right. As
spells.
you guys are resting, right? You guys are chilling. You guys resting. You're not necessarily sleeping, but each of you, one by one, gets your own personal flash, your own vision. Starting with Rhinox, as he's sitting there, consuming his ale constantly, you get a vision of a temple. This temple is obviously a temple, but it looks like a brewery. It is such a grand sight to you. You just get that feeling like this divine ale is produced. It is the unicorn you've been chasing, the myth, the legend brought to reality. The feeling that you were the one to bring this upon the world, and that this is your first temple. You get that feeling of just pride and accomplishment. You walk into your temple, and it's this grand display. The pipes aren't even made of copper. They're distilling from glass. You can see this divine brew being made before your very eyes. And as this brew is flowing through the pipes, you then notice that these glass pipes are beginning to frost up, and the brew begins to freeze. Its distillations cease. It stops, and there's nothing left but ice. Not a drop comes from the taps, and your vision flashes out. Roscoe, your vision is of your past, of pickpocketing and robbery and theft and misdeeds. And then that feeling that drive you feel to repent, you can feel it in your vision. And then you see yourself down the line, a little more aged, but dressed as a very respectable individual. People greeting you with love, care, and honor. And then one noble comes to you, greets you, bows to you even, walks up to you, reaches out to shake your hand. You reach for his hand in response. And then you pull him closer. And then you reach your hand into his pocket, almost by instinct, an old instinct, to try to pick its pockets. You can feel his coin purse. You can feel the gold just flowing in your fingers. And this noble is none the wiser. And as you start to remove your hand, you see the coins in your hand, and yet you feel the cold touch of the noble's hand. You look, and the noble's hand is made of pure ice. You step back, and the noble tips down. His body shatters. And then you look at the coin purse. You look at the symbol of your guilt. And your hand is frozen around this coin purse. And it falls off. It hits the floor, and it shatters. And your vision comes to an end. Reginald, you see yourself kneeling, praying before your God. And no regalia at all. Wearing nothing but commoner's clothes. Bare before the vision of your Lord. Your head bowed in prayer. As you end your prayers, you raise your head to the heavens. You open your eyes. And you call for Paladine's blessing. You call for the strength you need to carry on. To be the light in the darkness. To be the savior of the weak. To protect those who cannot protect themselves. And as you let loose your final utterance, you see yourself as a statue. Frozen. Pure ice. Your hands spread out. Your head looking towards the heavens. And then slowly, you bring your hands together. Sitting on your knees, you bow your head. The camera pans out, and instead of the glory before you, you see one of the frozen shrines. And you are surrounded by many who are just like you, praising this shrine and this false god. And your vision fades to an end. Thuggin, your vision is you just standing there, surrounded by ice, your hammers in hand. Every inch of the wall is covered by a blue gem. You swing, you kick, you bite, and then there's just a torrent localized in that small little room, freezing and tearing at your flesh, ripping parts of you off as they get frostbitten, until you're nothing but a husk of yourself. Your armor shattered by the frost, your clothes torn off you, your skin removed from your body, your muscles and sinew and everything gone. You're nothing but a black frozen skeleton holding two hammers, trapped in a room surrounded by blue gems. You scream out. No voice is let loose, but it focuses on your skeletal face. Your jaw drops open, and there's a blue gem in your mouth, and your vision fades to black. And now all of you can benefit from a short rest.
Nice. That was sweet, man.
Yeah, that was
Well
good.
done.
Yep.
Nice on the fly. I really do gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be back.
Gotcha.
I spent 4 of my 10 hit dice to regain back up to -1. So,
So you're 1 down from max.
yep.
Yeah, you're pretty good. Anybody else?
Yeah, I would be back at max. I would have used my lay on hands before we took the rest. Which I think should have said, but I don't think I did.
So you're just rubbing yourself.
Yes.
Rubbing one out.
Ever so intimately.
He's just sitting there resting, going. And what about Roscoe?
Roscoe?
Roscoe was untouched, wasn't he?
Yes.
So you're just like sitting there wondering what the hell your vision was about.
I keep looking at my hands, and you can see I'm struggling as I look at my right hand, and I move it, and I look at my left hand, and you see me start to really concentrate on it until it moves again, and I'm completely surprised by this. The right hand moves, the left hand, it seems to take just a bit more focus. Like my brain really looks at it and goes, it's not going to move. It's not going to move. It's not, okay, it moved. Good. This isn't good at all. This isn't good at all.
Hey, you'll see Reginald sitting there, and he's got his sword out of his shield, and he's just staring at it. He's been sharpening it for about 20 minutes. At this point, he's just kind of sitting there staring at it.
I'm back.
Oh man.
All right, so everybody's good to go. You've all received the benefits of a short rest. The bags that were holding the blue gems, they are ice now, and the drawstrings that you were using to hold them, they're starting to freeze up. Your hands aren't freezing over, but holding them is becoming more and more difficult as the cold, is just constant in your hands as you're holding these 2 bags.
Okay.
And you guys have rested in a completely calm environment. No sound, no wind, nothing.
What would you say the current temperature is?
Not as cold as it is here.
Yeah, you know New York.
Yeah.
How the ice storm, it was like 2 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 4 maybe.
Okay.
It's cold. It's just calm.
It's not bad because there's no wind.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, you guys walk and you walk into this gaping maw, and you cross the precipice of this entrance. And no sooner do you step into this cavern, it seems like there's wind blowing, billowing out as you cross this wind, and you hear the words carried across the wind: follow, worship, favor. And then the wind dies down, but you can still hear the wind, but there's no wind to be felt.
Go ahead.
This place needs to make up its mind. First there is wind, then there's not wind, then there is wind. Jesus Christ. Oh, and by the way, when you talk under your breath like that, my cat looks for you.
I've not heard anything this entire time. What are you talking about?
So you guys are walking, and it's a few hundred feet through here, and then you get to what seems to be an opening. For those of you who can actually see in the dark, for those who can't see in the dark, I hope you have some sort of light source. But it's cold in here. It's very cold, and the entire place is just a 50-foot tunnel of ice inside of this frozen wall. And as you get a few hundred feet in, those that can see at the very edge of their vision 4 figures. These 4 figures are standing in a line, in front of what seems to be an exit. There's no light at the end of this exit, but there seems to be something more beyond where they're standing. Each figure, for those of you that can see it, at the very edge of your vision, is a black, desiccated corpse, frostbitten from head to toe. Around the corpse is a sheen of ice. They're covered in ice. They're standing straight at attention, their hands folded by their waist on top of what looks to be frozen swords. Atop their heads seem to be frozen crowns.
Aww. Okay.
And within that line of that basic line of vision, oh, you can't see. Okay.
My bow does glow.
Yeah, no. That's not what I'm talking about. There's something else, but you can't currently see it. That's all
Okay.
you see right now.
You said there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
I got night vision, so I'm just curious if these were the 4 lords of the north that he may have conquered.
Yeah, they could be. They're wearing crowns.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you tied that in, but that'd be kind of cool.
Which should we focus on?
I don't care. Whichever you want to go after, I will surely help kill.
I don't think we should strike at these things. They could be like the last ones. We may need to strike at some sort of central thing.
It's just the hallway, right?
The last ones weren't armed. These are.
Another wind blows. It billows, originating from this opening that you can't really see beyond because it's at the edge of your vision. The wind is cold, not cold enough to freeze you, but the word carried across that wind is favor.
What is this favor, you ask?
You're asking the wind?
Yeah, I'm shouting it at the top of my lungs.
You shout and you feel the wind blow once again, and you hear the words follow. And when all of you hear the word follow, the wind that blew across your face seems to start blowing at the back of Roscoe. It seems to usher him forward. If he goes forward, it's entirely up to him. It's not blowing hard enough to force him to.
I'll take my body moves forward. It's enough where I take a small step, and I'm realizing. I think the wind is responding by pushing me, whether for ill or for not. I think we have no choice but to move forward. And so I take a couple steps, and then I look back around me to check and see if anybody's coming with me.
Yeah, I'll move forward a little bit, just directly behind him. And
You're a jerk.
And I'll slowly look at everyone. I say, "Prepare for the worst. I don't know what kind of treachery this is, but I smell something fierce ahead."
The only one that can feel this wind now is Roscoe.
Such a lack of bravery.
Like you guys can see Roscoe, whatever cloth and hair is looks to be blowing towards these figures standing at this entrance, but nobody can feel or hear any wind at this point, except Roscoe.
And I'm hearing favor still, right?
That is one of the words you heard.
That's the one that's really sticking with me right now. I'm gonna pull out my 2 sacks with the gemstones in them, and I'll start moving forward. toward the kings slowly.
Like I said, I am such a lack of bravery. I'm going to step in front of Roscoe, and I'm going to begin to move forward past the kings, which could, end badly. But as I'm going, I'm drawing my sword and I kind of holding it down to my side, and I'm casting elemental weapon again.
As you draw your sword and you start casting your spell, the kings that were standing, well, with their hands laying atop of each other, resting on the hilts of their swords that were pointing towards the ground, they quickly spin their swords around, and they're at the ready, and they're holding them onto their sides, two-handed like this.
Okay, I'm not holding my sword,
And as that happens, the wind pushing Roscoe forward dies.
The wind has stopped. The wind has stopped. Please. I don't know what to do. Every move we make changes everything around me.
I wasn't
still holding these two sacks. Please stop.
I wasn't doing that in a threatening way. I'm just casting flame blade so I can actually see.
Your actions cause their reactions.
Okay.
For whatever reason.
Oh God, we're gonna have to fight these fuckers.
Here's what I'm gonna try to do. Are the bags frozen solid?
The bags are frozen solid. There's frost, and the lines that you're holding the bags with are actually starting to freeze over now. But the bags themselves they're ice. They're basically ice.
All right. I want to snap the top off the bag then.
Then just let the bags hit the floor?
And, if it's ice, break the top of the bag off so I can roll one of the gems toward them.
You break the tops of one of the bags off, and you can see that there's a blue glow coming out of the bag before you can even see the gem.
Cool. I'll take a moment to look up to see if the kings respond. Or the guardians.
With Reginald in front of you, they've responded how they've responded so far.
I'll step directly in front of beside Reginald, and then in front of him, and hold the gem out in front of me.
Two of them, the two in the center, they're still holding their swords like this, two-handed, but they released one hand and then just put it forward, palm facing up.
Okay.
They take no motions forward.
Okay.
They're still, however close you are to them.
Okay.
However close you are to them, you have to go to them.
Wonderful. I'm going to take the bag that's not broken yet. I'm going to set it on the ground. I'm going to both hands. I'm going to hold it out in front of Reginald. I said, "Will you hold this for me?"
It's freezing cold.
And you're not holding the gem. Your hand is under the part of the sack that's still holding the gem.
Yeah.
I look at my shield tied to my arm and my sword. What am I going to hold it with?
Your hands. Sheathe your weapon.
I'll walk over, grab the
part of valor, sir.
I'll walk over and grab the stone from him and say, "Yeah, sure, whatever, I'll do it." I'll hand it over.
Cool. I'll break the top off of the other bag, hold it to him, and I said, "Let's give them to them at the same time."
As Thuggin grabs the bag, you just feel a small localized breeze that only you could feel. It's cool, and it bites at you a little bit, and it just brings the memory of when you were attacking the gem.
And you'll see that reaction out of him.
Do you want me to take it back from you? I'll do both gems.
Let's do it and get it over with. See what happens.
Okay. Walk forward. And right it, and I'm going to hold it with both hands up on my tiptoes over their hands. On 3. 1, 2, 3. And set it in their hand.
Yeah.
By the time you get to them and it falls out of this frozen container, it lands in their hands. The entire gem is consumed by this deep and yet bright blue glow. Before, where you just saw the glow faintly, it's now actually a bright glow. It's enough to be a light source. It falls in their hands. As soon as it touches their frozen hands, it clenches the gem. Right?
I'm going to
And
begin to back away slowly, if I can.
before you back away, the two step. The left one steps to the left, and the right one steps to the right, giving you and Thuggin room to proceed. And you hear, in the wind that starts to be generated, favor for the master. Follow the trail and worship at his feet.
At that, I'll look at the two kings. I assume I'm imagining it that I'm on the right and Thuggin is on my left.
Sure.
And-
They still have their one hand has the gem and one hand is up with the sword, and the two kings to either side of them both have both hands on the sword at the ready.
All right. I look at the two kings to my right, and I say, I pray that your sleep comes to you soon. Long gone but not forgotten masters. I turn around, gentlemen. The wind says to follow.
Yes.
We have no choice, I believe.
And I'll step forward this time, trusting the halfling more than he's ever trusted anyone in his entire life now.
So Roscoe and Thuggin move through.
Slowly, still, my bow is on my back at the moment.
And how does Rhinox and Reginald proceed?
Cautiously.
Yeah, cautiously.
You move first.
I'll go next, but I wouldn't be like. What's the word I'm looking for? Aggressive posture. I wouldn't have such an aggressive posture.
All right, so Rhinox walks through, and you're leaving Reginald, the paladin, for last.
Oh God, this is gonna suck. I'm not gonna break concentration on my spell because I still need to be able to save, but I am going to sheathe the sword at least halfway into my shield, so that some of the flames are still visible.
You can. My bow produces bright light, 10-foot radius, and then another dim light in the next 10 foot.
Hey, I'll go ahead and sheathe the sword completely. I'm still not breaking concentration on the
Doesn't
spell.
Paladin have light as a cantrip?
Paladins don't have cantrips.
No, we
Oh.
don't have cantrips.
Oh, well, fucking duh. Okay.
And then I'm going to start to move through very cautiously.
As soon as you sheath your sword, they spin their swords down, plant them to the ground, and now they're standing straight with their hands laid upon each other, resting on the hilts of their swords.
Okay, I'll go ahead and walk through.
And they allow you to go through. As you cross this precipice into the next area, it opens up into this vast area, like it's hundreds of feet instead of just 50 feet. And this area, for some odd reason, even though, there's no light anywhere, the only light is the light generated by you guys. It's snowing.
Ah, it feels like home.
Yeah, it's snowing, and it's snowing heavily. And the further you walk down, the deeper you follow this path, the snow grows heavier and heavier until it's just blankets of snow. Until even with your light, it's hard to see. You said your bow has a bright light and then bright light radius and then a dim light radius.
Right.
The dim light radius is gone, and the
Okay.
bright light radius becomes your dim light.
Okay.
That's how heavy the snow is falling. It's hard. It's difficult to see 30 feet in front of you.
All right.
And it is freezing cold, and you can hear the wind starting to pick up the deeper you get in, and you actually feel the wind as it blows these blankets of snow, to the left, to the right. It almost seems like the wind is coming from all around you now, and the temperatures are freezing. It's almost painful to just be here, walking. And you continue walking until you reach what would be the town square, And in the center of this town, you see a massive throne of ice. And sitting upon this throne, a massive frozen figure. Two bright blue glowing orbs where you would think it has eyes. It is humanoid, but it has no head, it has no neck, it has really no face. It's just this massive humanoid ice form with these massive thick arms and these huge fists sitting at the throne.
Okay.
And the wind blows and you could hear the words carried upon the wind. Kneel.
Does this thing actually have a mouth?
No. You hear these words carried upon the wind. And as a matter of fact, as you hear these words kneel, you can barely see two smaller figures. They're frozen in ice. They're also desiccated bodies. They also have frozen swords, and they wear frozen crowns upon their heads. These ones seem to be slightly bigger and bulkier than the ones you passed, and these ones aren't standing. These ones are kneeling at the feet of this frozen king, this Colossus, the first one.
Yeah.
I think we found what we were looking for. Huh?
Indeed. Prepare yourselves once more. I don't know what's going to happen here.
Go ahead and kneel, you fool. Find out.
I'll. How far away are we from the throne at this time?
Well, no further than 60 feet, but as close as you want to be.
Okay, I'll walk another 5 feet in front of the group. I will kneel, and I will shout out in response. We're still getting tons of snow right now, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Over this torrent of wind and snow, go, and I have no idea what else to call him, so, Lord First, please, forgive us.
And the rest of you?
I'm just preparing. I'm watching the scene in front of me, curious more than anything to see what's going to happen, but non-aggressive actions, just more curiosity.
I'll do the same as the halfling. He's been pretty clever thus far, so I'm gonna trust him with this and follow his example.
Okay. If nobody else is gonna follow me, I'm going to check the duration of a spell real quick, and
As you're looking, this figure is not moving. Nothing about this figure is moving. The orbs are glowing where their eyes should be, and you're hearing these words carried upon the wind, but nothing on this figure is moving. It's standing. It's sitting completely still upon this throne. It looks to be like it's part of this throne.
okay.
As he's kneeling there, is the ice starting to form around him, or?
All right. I will stand back up, and I'm trying and moving ahead again of Thuggin.
As you stand, it stands. And when it stands, it looks like it's breaking free from the frozen throne.
Okay.
Like if it was a part of it. Shards of ice begin to fall and land at its feet. Just
all right.
Seeing this, I'm gonna jump up and start making for it because
yeah, and as the shards of ice are falling, The vacant areas in its arms and its back and its legs, as it breaks free from the thone, almost instantly freeze over, generating new shards of ice. And you can feel the wind billowing up, and you hear the words, "Kneel before your god."
I'm still charging forward. Probably at this point, hopefully passing the halfling. I'm getting as close as I can to this thing.
Okay.
We have knelt as you wished.
And you're charging.
Yep.
So you're getting right up in this thing's shin, as it is easily 3 times taller than the tallest of you. So you're at about shin, knee, maybe thigh height to this thing. So you're yelling at its leg, "We have knelt before you."
Mhm.
All right. So with that aggressive sort of tone,
All right.
that unsubjugated tone, everyone roll me initiative.
All right.
That'll be a 15 for my initiative.
So Reginald's at a 15 right now.
9 for Thuggin.
Thuggin is at a beautiful, beautiful 9. Much appreciated.
Sorry it took me so long. I had to go outside.
That's fine.
I have a 13.
Rhinox is at a 13. Thinking he's hot shit. Fine.
Maybe fine for you, but it is snowing like hell here. It was not fine for me.
It's
Last
snowing
time I
like
checked,
hell
it
where
was
your
freezing
characters
rain.
are at right now, too.
Yeah, I feel at home, like I said.
Roscoe, what's your initiative look like?
16.
What? That's it?
I know. I rolled a 6.
Wow. Oh, all right. Now for this Colossus. Now for Lord first. Oh, that is horrid. Okay,
That's a good thing.
for you guys.
Well, for those of us who haven't acted so rashly, maybe.
Okay.
I haven't been here. I couldn't act rashly.
Oh, yeah. Well, we are now standing in front of a 20-foot tall ice god.
I made action based on the halfling. I saw him as a threat to the halfling, and
Okay, so as this thing stands, and the snow is just there's just this torrent of snow and wind, seemingly around this Colossus. Thuggin most definitely, Roscoe as well. Reginald and Rhinox, how close would you have gotten to this Colossus before stopping?
Probably like 20 feet, one movement.
Okay, and Reginald?
About one movement. Unless I saw something about ready to happen to one of the others, then I would have
Yeah.
gone closer.
About 20 feet or about 30 feet away?
20 or 30 feet. Like I said, unless I saw something that happened to somebody else, then I would move closer.
It's actually important.
Okay.
it stood up and was kind of making motion towards the halfling as he approached instead of kneeling.
And I said that I stepped 5 feet in front of the party before I knelt, and then I moved 5 more feet. So I only moved 10 feet total.
Yeah, I would have kept with the halfling. I would have moved 10 feet.
So just roughly, let me know where you guys are at in relation to the Colossus.
You said
Thuggin
we
is
were
right up in its space.
right. You said that we were 50 feet away from it, so that would put me 40 feet away.
So you're 40 feet away. Rhinox would have gotten 20 feet away, and I'm trying to decide whether Reginald is 20 or 30 feet away.
It would be 30 feet away.
30 feet away. So it's standing, and you see that you're engulfed in this torrent of snow, but localized around this Colossus, it stands up, it raises its hands, palms facing the ceiling or the sky. You can't tell because you can't see that far. And the torrent of snow begins to sort of blow harder, and the winds howl louder around the Colossus. And at initiative space 20, it takes a layer action and begins to freeze everything within 20 feet of it. So, Rhinox and Thuggin, roll me a Constitution save.
I'm loving dice stream
I'm
tonight.
gonna do a thing I can do, so that's a little bit better.
What's the thing you can do?
Indomitable. Reroll the failed saving throw.
All right, well, that's your only one, right?
Yep.
So, yeah. Rhinox, what does yours look like?
17.
17? Okay. Rhinox,
Yeah,
you take
buddy.
5 points of cold damage. Thuggin,
13 is the save for me, so.
you take 5 points of cold damage. And seeing the snow and wind just coalesced into this freezing aura around the Colossus, everyone that's not quite that close can still feel the temperature drop, especially Reginald, who is but 10 feet away, a few steps away from where the cold is at its strongest. He can feel the cold and react accordingly. Oh no, Roscoe. Roscoe, you're actually just a tad bit faster than Reginald.
Okay. You said this is like a town square. Are there buildings then, or the remains of, or the husk of a building?
Yeah,
Something to hide behind.
they're buildings, but they're frozen over, like they're encased in ice.
Perfect. How far away from him are they, and how close are they to me?
They're all around the place. The town square is maybe a 50-foot circular area,
Okay.
and he was at the center of the town square.
Okay.
So I'd say 50, you were 40 feet away from him. They start 10 feet away from you, so about a movement.
Cool. Then I'm gonna take that movement to go over and get behind a wall. During that movement, I'm gonna spend the bonus action to put Hunter's Mark on him,
Okay?
and then I'm gonna let off 2 shots. For me, for clarification, I haven't gone up against anything with a lair action. Does that count as him taking his turn? Or is the lair action separate from his turn? Awesome. Okay. So then I have advantage on these first 2 attacks, and if they hit, they're instant crits.
Bring 'em.
Here's your first attack. Yuck. Does an 18 hit him?
Why'd you roll 3 dice?
The first one, I'm sorry. I
Oh,
didn't
that was
hear the first
initiative.
one.
First one was initiative.
So then, oh, cool. I was looking at somebody else's screen. 14, so a 28 or 26 hits, I hope.
A 26 hits, but that's the only one that hits.
Okay. And well, I have advantage on my first one, so I'm rolling both the dice. Or I have advantage. If I go first, I've got advantage.
I know
on
I'm playing, dude.
it. I know it's ridiculous. And then sweet, I'll hit the second one as well.
All
So
right.
I've got 2 crits. Let me clear that.
He knows you're there.
Oh, definitely.
You're not hiding from him.
But I will. Cool. So the first one, here's 24.
Wait. Do you still get advantage when you're firing into an engaged fight?
I'm getting advantage because of the assassin.
I know why you're getting advantage, but if you're firing into a melee where 2 targets are engaged,
Right.
that would pose disadvantage, would it not?
Nope.
Unless you
No.
have Skulker or Sharpshooter counteracts that, I mean.
And
Yeah,
I've got
that
sharpshooter.
counteracts that, but normally you would get disadvantage from that, correct?
Firing into melee?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that. Maybe I've missed that. I know that was in previous editions, but I haven't seen that in this edition yet.
I'm wondering if I forgot that. You know what? Go ahead, hit him for now.
Okay.
He's 20 feet tall.
I'm aiming for the top part of him, the 15 feet above the rest of the group.
Right.
Here we go. So, 6, 12, 14, 15 plus 24. There's 39 plus another.
Wait, what?
Remember, they're crits.
Oh, what are you sneak attacking him?
Yep, because I go before him.
No. So you said 39?
39 plus my next 6, so it's 45 for the first one.
45 for the first one.
Yep.
Well, you don't get to sneak attack twice around.
Right, I don't. But with the next one, I get a D6 and a D8 because now he's under his max hit points. And that's also and that one's also a crit, so that's 14 plus 24, 30 more damage, and that's all and that's magical, all of it.
All right, so let's. You just write all that damage down. Holy cow! All right, so it takes one of its legendary actions to leap into the air, and it moves 20 feet up and 20 feet towards you.
Okay.
And it's carried aloft by the snow that was around it. And as it jumps, you see, like, it's moving freely, but every movement, ice shatters away from it, and then almost instantly refreezes and shatters away, and almost instantly refreezes again. Your 2 arrows just stuck, almost insignificant, into the center mass of this Colossus. As it jumps upwards, away from its throne, the throne actually shatters. And I need Thuggin was the only one close enough to be affected by it, but I need Thuggin to roll a save. Just roll a d20 real quick, and I'll look up the save roll for a second.
Dex.
Yeah, it's a dex save.
I would just think shards of glass going everywhere would be a dex.
Shards of ice.
Ice, yeah.
So what'd you get, Thuggin?
That's a 16.
16?
Yep.
So you take you take 13 points of bludgeoning damage as these chunks, large almost boulders of ice are flying about, crashing. One crashes you right in the chest and knocks you to the floor, and you take 13 points of bludgeoning damage. And as you see him take that damage and you see the throne explode, Reginald, how are you approaching the situation?
Has it been an hour that it took us to get here?
No.
Okay, good. I'm going to pull my sword, which is still on fire. I'm going to go ahead and use my channel to divinity. So the sword is not only on fire, it now starts to glow. And I'm going to divine strike this motherfucker.
It's 20 feet in the air right now.
Okay, I'm going to hold my action.
It leaped up. The throne shattered. Damage Sluggin. It's 20 feet up in the air and moved 20 feet closer to Roscoe.
Okay, I'm going to hold my action. And the trigger is going to be the second this thing lands. And the second this thing lands, it's getting a long sword and a holy smite in its ankle.
What was that?
I'm going to hold my action with the trigger as it landing.
Okay.
When it lands, it's going to get a long sword and a holy smite in the ankle.
But you were 30 feet away from it, and Roscoe was about 30 feet away from you, and it's not going to land near you because it was moving towards Roscoe. So it's like above your head right now.
Yeah, but how far away is it? You said it was from Roscoe?
It's like 30 feet away from Roscoe.
All right.
As to are you.
So it's right above me right now.
Yeah, 20 feet above you.
Okay.
And it's heavily obscured by all that snow.
Okay, I'm going to move back towards Roscoe and hold my action.
All right. So with you falling back to Roscoe, as as uh as you see this Rhinox, this Colossus jumping into the air, almost disappearing into the darkness and the obscurity of all this heavy snowfall. Roscoe running, shooting at it. Reginald now running to Roscoe. Thuggin just being blasted away by the sheer force of this thing leaping into the air and knocked, and Thuggin himself being knocked to the floor. Rhinox, what do you do?
So, like, I was at 20 feet, so he's right above me, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to. Okay. And he's just got plummeted by some shards, and those two guys are far away, so not everybody's grouped up. Okay. As I stare up at this monstrosity above my head, I'm going to slowly back away or back up towards Sam's character and be uttering the words of a spell. And as the spell goes off, you'll notice that the shield and the symbol within the shield starts to glow this radiant energy and project forth from my shield. And this is going to be a radiant attack.
Is it ranged?
Oh yeah, buddy.
All right.
120 feet, so I should be good. My spell attack is, how about a 19? Is that a hit?
No.
What? Arr. And it just slides right by him because my vision is obscured. And I'm going to, as a bonus action, since I'm backing up to, sorry, getting
Thuggin.
brain fart here. Yeah, Thuggin. I'm gonna, as a bonus action, going to cast a healing word.
Okay.
So I'll get back to you on that one. I closed my book right there, so you can go on since I missed my attack.
So whose turn is it?
So after Rhinox clearly misses his attack, the Colossus flying through the air, already passing the apex of its leap, it seems to almost be landing by Roscoe, and Thuggin being knocked senseless by the exploding of its throne. You regain your breath and you can take action.
So, do I have to spend action to get up, or am I...
Spend half your movement.
Yeah. So I'm going to wait. I'm just going to stand up and wait.
And as he stands up, a hand comes over him, his shoulder, and he feels a nice little warm healing sensation, and you get 11 points back, man.
All right. Thank you.
All right, and as that happens, the Colossus, you can hear it. You can hear the wind carrying words to your ears. You can see the Colossus as it starts to fall right before it lands. In front of on the building in front of Roscoe, shattering the building under its sheer weight. Both its hands reached up into the air, pulling the snow down. The snow freezing into a blade, a giant, massive blade. Right before it brings this blade down to bear at Roscoe, you can hear the wind blowing, billowing wildly. And you hear these words upon the wind. I am the land. I am its people. I am the North Wind itself. Worship your God or die by its feet. And everyone roll me a wisdom save.
Finally, something I'm good at.
This could hurt. What's my modifier? Oh, no.
This versus fear?
Yeah.
I'm immune. Everybody what's near me is immune.
That's only Roscoe.
And I have advantage on fear saves.
So you and Roscoe, who are about to be attacked, are immune.
Go team.
16.
Fail. So you're frightened of the Colossus. And
Nonsense.
17.
You fail too. So the both of you who are the furthest away from the Colossus are you get the cold shiver of the northern wind crawling up your spines. Your knees weaken and you feel almost compelled to kneel before your brand new god, fearing his retribution, while the fools standing off to the distance, trying to contend your new lord, are about to have hell brought before them.
Go fools.
The Colossus lands, like I said, crushing the building that you were hiding behind under its weight, bringing down its sword upon you, one-handed, raising its other hand into the air, clenching a fist. Let me pull up Dice Stream again. Its sword attack gets a 21. Does it hit you, Roscoe?
Yeah.
It hits you lovely, don't it?
Yep.
You take 17 points of slashing, and as the cold that hits you is so strong, your flesh instantly is frostbitten, and you take 4 points of necrotic damage as your flesh and skin just die. So that's a total of 21 points of damage.
Cool. I'm going to use my reaction to use Uncanny Dodge to half that damage.
Sure.
So, rounding up?
Rounding down.
Okay.
And then as you dodge, uncannily, the sword blade, having it, instead of landing squarely upon you, only just barely graze you. His fist comes down to bear, and I'm assuming 24 hits you.
Of
So
course.
you dodge right into the way of its fist, and you take 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Awesome.
It's 15, right? Yeah. 15 points of bludgeoning damage. It then stands up and tries to stomp at you with its foot.
Okay.
And with its foot, it rolls a natural 1.
Oh, thank you.
So it tries to it picks up its foot, and the building that it crushed beneath it, it crumbles a little further. It wasn't crumbled flat, and then it just stumbles around, and then he takes the rest of his action to steady himself. As the Colossus is steadying himself, almost needing to put his open hand on the ground to steady himself, the two figures kneeling at either side where the throne was rise up out of the pile of ice of the exploded throne, raising up their swords. They grab them in both hands, and then they charge the fearful. So one charges you, Thuggin. The corpse that charges you looks to be of a dragonborn. Half of its scales fallen away from its body. Its flesh frostbitten and black. It's encased in ice. The ice almost looks like it's armor around this dragonborn's desiccated corpse. And it swings at you twice with its blade. A 21 and a 19 for Thuggin. So the 21 hits, and you take 17 points of slashing damage. As you take those 17 points of slashing damage, the snow around around you, that the torrent of snow, it begins to coalesce near your wound and travel from your wound into the blade onto the frozen figure, and it rests on the frozen figure, and the ice seems to grow slightly larger. The second frozen figure, charging Rhinox, brings his blade to bear twice as well, getting a 22 and a 16. So the 22 hits, and so Rhinox takes 17 points of slashing damage. And again, in kind, like its twin, this corpse, encased in the ice, seems to be that of a half-elf. And the half-elf, the ice grows as the snow coalesces from your wound down the blade onto the form of this figure.
I'd like to take a bonus reaction. I'm sorry.
So, go for it.
Once you're done, brother. Just my kick-ass Tempest stuff. So, you need to make a dex save for me. DC 19.
Not one.
Nice. How about the other guy? Is he within 5 feet of me too? Because we were standing next to each other.
Then I suppose that they're both within 5 feet.
Yeah, nice. So he does too.
What is this, by the way?
This is called Wrath of the Storm.
And that attacks multiple.
Anybody within 5 feet.
Oh, anybody within 5 feet?
Yeah, he's going to take it too.
Cool. Thuggin, roll me a dex save. What's the DC?
19.
Ooh, Thuggin,
Yeah,
you have a total 19?
I failed.
So everyone fails your Wrath of the Storm.
Yeah, 16 points.
16 points of what?
Thunder.
Of thunder damage. The frost that encases these creatures, it seems like the layers of frost that it just put on were almost blown away.
They're pushed back 10 feet too.
And they slide back 10 feet.
Probably
And
more
so does
sometimes.
Thuggin.
Can I get around to the other side of these things without getting swung at?
Well, no one is engaged with anyone at the moment. Everyone was pushed 10 feet away from Rhinox.
So yeah.
So,
And it'll be technically away from the thing, so I could do that and attack.
yeah. However, it is Roscoe's, just barely, but it's Roscoe's turn.
Hey, so
Oh, wait, no, it's actually not Roscoe's turn. Something else happens, because layer actions are awesome. I didn't use my layer actions against the other players. So you know what? How about this? It continues to super freeze the air around itself at initiative step 20. So both Roscoe and Reginald, roll me a Constitution save.
$13.
13 and
22. Haha.
okay. Woo. Reginald saves and only manages to take 5 points of cold damage as the air super freezes and the snow just starts turning to shards of ice.
You are a dick.
And Roscoe takes 10. Why? Just because it's not an easy fight? Oh my gosh. You guys are power gamers. You got this. Why are you breaking immersion for? So wrong. Roscoe takes 10 points of cold damage right before he acts.
Cool. Both Reginald and myself are within reach of him, correct?
Yes.
Cool. I'm going to use my bonus action to dash. Or, excuse me, disengage. I'm going to use my movement to go back 25 feet from him and I'm going to angle myself 25 feet so that if, in a way that when he needs to come toward me, he's still going to have to move around Reginald.
Okay.
And I assume that 25 feet is out of his reach? I'm
Yes.
hoping.
You could assume that. It's yeah.
And like, good luck to me, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to make 2 attacks against him.
Roll them.
And if these, I don't have advantage, but if these hit, I get my crits. Or my,
One hits. One of them gets to be a sneak.
right. Okay, so that 4 is probably not going to hit at a 16. But the 17 will at a 29.
4 is a 16. Holy cow. Yeah, so roll your sneak attack. You only get the 1.
Right.
And you get your additional D8 from your hunter. Your Colossus Slayer feature.
Right. And I get an extra D6 from my Hunter's Quarry,
Ooh, that's right.
which I totally forgot to do on both of my attacks last round.
That's terrible. You should have remembered.
Yeah, I remembered it right after my turn. Balls. Here you go. Oh! So, yeah, I know, it's terrible. 4, 9, 13, 18, 19, 25 more damage.
Yeah, they stick squarely into it, and
Man.
you just hear the word carried upon the wind, fool.
I'll take it.
And with that, Sir Reginald just moments behind you.
Go Reginald! Go Reginald!
Okay. Oh, by the way, I've been forgetting to tell you guys this, but anyone who makes it within 10 feet of me when they make a saving throw, you add 4 to it. Aura of protection. But I'm gonna go ahead and strike.
Aura.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and strike at this thing's ankle. I'm going to go ahead and divine smite it as a 3rd level spell.
Ooh.
That's a 7, so 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22 to hit.
No, I disbelieve you. Second edition, I disbelieve you.
Is that 22 hit?
You're plus 15?
14.
Plus 14? Yeah, you hit him.
Okay, so that is 1 for the sword. Let's see, 3rd level, so that's 2, 3, 4 for the smite. And that, okay. That's going to be 3 points of sword damage.
3 points?
Okay. 10, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 points of radiant damage, and 4 points of fire damage. And then I'm going to attack again.
Oh, big whoop.
And that's a 9 plus 14 to hit.
This coming from the guy who just called me a dick.
Yeah, right.
And the reason I broke the immersion, dude, is because, I've gamed with you enough that I think you're a friend, so. See, and that's a 2nd level smite, so,
I'm trying to dig myself into immersion, but it's 130.
Yeah.
Okay, that will be 2 points of sword damage, 11 points of radiant damage, and 3 points of fire damage.
How many points? 11 points of radiant?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's past 1 o'clock for me, and I'm only working on 3 hours of sleep to even begin with. So as you unleash your just divine powers, your paladine-given powers upon this creature, the radiant energy is flowing through the creature, creating cracks in its icy form, cracks in its icy flesh, and then raises up its open hand, clenches a fist, and pounds down on you.
Ouch.
I don't think a 15 hits you,
No, it does not.
so you're lucky. All right. So yeah. So after you just unleash massive amounts of power and force into this Colossus, Sir Reginald, um, about 2 steps behind you, almost shaking in their armor, is Rhinox, having to deal with these frozen figures before him, oh, near him.
Did he? What does he go at? 10 or?
Who, Rhinox?
I don't remember what my.
Rhinox is at 13. You're at 9.
Okay. I was just curious.
Do I roll something right now to see if I'm gain myself?
Well, frightened is kind of a very specific rule, very specific state.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we can do anything but run away from this guy effectively.
No, not really. Unless you can somehow get within 10 feet of me.
At
Isn't
the end of this turn,
Like, he couldn't have attacked.
Look,
Like,
at the end of this turn,
I'm
you
sorry.
can roll again. At the end of this turn, you could roll again to see if you save, if you break that feared state.
okay, but I can't take any actions or anything because
Yeah, so how did he do his bonus action then? That's
No, he could take his actions.
We're frightened. I think all we can do is run.
As long as this creature's advancing on you. Technically, if it's not advancing on you, you can attack anything that's not this creature.
Yeah.
You can attack this creature.
You cannot move towards this creature, and if the creature moves towards you to attack you, and you can retort, but all your attacks are made at disadvantage. But you cannot move towards it because you're afraid of it. You're scared. You can fight the things that are fighting you now, but you cannot move towards this creature. And if you somehow have a ranged attack that you want to make at the Colossus, it's made at disadvantage. Spell attacks are made at disadvantage. Melee, ranged, everything is made at disadvantage.
Okay.
But you do have actions you can take.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I was just the fear is I'm picturing something different. Okay. Well, I have 2 pretty much bad guys in my face, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I gotta sneeze.
Okay, so he skips his turn to sneeze.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Digging his heels in, going to get in my defensive posture. And I'm gonna just kind of wink at one of these guys and give a little toast, and that spiritual weapon is going to smack him in the back of his head. And the other guy, I'm actually going to cast a spell at that guy, but I closed all my books because I was eating. I'm sorry. Where the hell is it? It's going to be another guiding light. What's the guiding bolt? I'm sorry. So I'm hitting both targets. The spiritual weapon is going to be a melee attack. And that's going to be a 22.
You hit with spiritual weapon.
Nice. Yeah. And that is 2d8 of radiant damage.
2d8.
Yeah. 6, 12 plus my modifier. That's going to be 19 points of damage to the first one.
19.
Yeah. And the second one probably going to be a miss. That's a 12.
Yeah, it's definitely a miss.
Okay. And I'm in a defensive posture behind my shield, digging in.
Yeah, as your spiritual weapon shattered a large chunk of this creature's ice, leaving it full of cracks of radiance throughout this creature. These cracks and the flowing radiance, before it fades, you can see almost reached the actual desiccated corpse that is encased in the ice. Thuggin, the mighty Thuggin,
Yep.
who just got blasted back 10 feet and took damage from his ally.
Yeah, I'm going to
Yep.
move behind the one that he's just attacked.
Okay, so you move right beneath the spiritual weapon.
Hmm.
It's under my control, so
All right.
it's my bonus action, mental connection type thing. So they want it.
Okay. So I'm just gonna swing 3 times with my warhammers. Seeing these things as ice creatures, maybe it'll break them.
There you go. Roll it.
So. So that's 20, a 15, and a 15.
The 20 hits.
Yep. That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah.
So
That's tough.
5, 6, 7, 8. And I will say, regroup! Regroup!
You shattered pieces. Just, the cracks left by the spiritual weapon strike, you managed to hit it once, but it shatters off most of this icy armor, basically. These sheens and layers of ice around the desiccated corpse of this half-elf. And the half-elf, that was it for you guys? Yep. So now it's, oh, I forgot. I won't do the first one I forgot, but I'm going to do it for this round. Reginald, as it brought its fist down and it missed you, it brought it back up and down again upon you. The Colossus strikes again. Can't believe I'm forgetting my legendary actions. This is no good. Not against you guys. 20. So close. As it just skims across your shield. The weight of this blow, would have been something serious, but you managed to just barely defend.
That's twice.
I should retcon my other.
Paladine is with me.
Yeah. Now it's now
He's
it's the bad
mad
guys
he's not
go.
killing us.
Now it's the bad guys go, right? And
Oh, boy.
the one that you stepped behind, Thuggin, it spins around you. It takes a deep breath in, and all the ice surrounding it gets absorbed into its blackened, desiccated flesh, and then it exhales. And it exhales a cone of cold. Would both Thuggin and Rhinox roll a dex save for me. Oh, Constitution save for me.
Okay, one thing I forgot, I took the Warcaster feat,
Okay.
so I have advantage on Constitution saves.
No. No, you don't. You have advantage on concentration checks.
Saving what?
Yeah, they're different.
They're totally different.
That's all right. I don't need it
If
anyways.
you had a spell that that had concentration, you would have advantage on
Oh,
that
for
roll.
interrupting the cast.
Yeah.
Okay, I read it wrong. Okay, it's alright. I got a 20 anyways, unmodified. I can roll good for my saves, but can't.
And what does Thuggin get?
22.
22. Oh, so okay. So the both of you take 11 points of cold damage.
Oh.
And the second one runs around, behind Rhinox, and it does something similar. It takes its breath in, but it doesn't look like it had to consume its ice because it still has many layers of ice protecting its corpse, and it breathes out a cone of cold. And I require another set of dexterity, constitution saves from the both of you.
Do we get attacks of opportunity of these guys since they're trying to circle around us? And
They're not exiting your threat range. They're entering your threat range.
they're I got a
Yep.
12.
If either of you have the Sentinel feat,
16. Yeah, I was gonna take that one too. That thing is badass.
Even still, it wouldn't. What they're doing now would not provoke that because they're entering and then doing an AOE attack. So
16.
16. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so both of you take 11 more points of cold damage. Yeah, because you just pissed it off, Reginald. The Colossus is going to have fun with you. So you know what? It's gonna have fun with the both of you. You being almost to the side of it, it spins around, holding its sword in both hands, and you can see that the aura of I forgot something. Every time you end your turn within 20 feet of it, you're supposed to take more damage.
It makes sense.
Yeah. So you know, I'm accidentally cheating for you guys. This is horrible. But yeah, this Colossus spins around, holding its sword in both hands, and it takes a swing. But instead of swinging to hit you with its sword, it cuts through the frosty air, creating a super frost zone in a cone in front of it, attacking both Reginald and Roscoe. You're still frightened. 18 is not enough. Both of you, Reginald and Roscoe, need to roll me Constitution saves.
I forgot to roll my frightened thing too.
Yeah, you know what? If you guys get to retcon, I get to retcon too.
I didn't get to retcon.
You know, he's rolling his after the fact.
No, I'm gonna fail.
All right. So
Well, what is it against?
be an 18.
Constitution.
Not a fear save?
The fear is
No.
a Constitution
one is-
save too,
No.
or is it wisdom?
Okay.
Here is wisdom. This one, what it's doing now, is Constitution.
All right.
So what did you get,
7.
Reginald?
18.
You got an 18. The both of you get hit by this super frost that it freezes your flesh so quickly that it instantaneously begins to just rot, crackle, and almost peel away in the wind. You guys both take 54 points of necrotic damage.
Holy shit.
I'll use my reaction to half that.
Damn it.
Uncanny dodge or evasion? Evasion.
No, it can't, uncanny dodge.
Uncanny dodge, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, that's all damage or only when you're targeted by an attack?
That's all damage.
When an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to have the attack's damage against you.
You see what I said, audience, about these power gamers we're playing?
Yeah, says the king of power gamers. And you've almost got me below 100 hit points.
He runs a channel called Rules as Written.
So, yeah, these guys watch my shows. This is so it spins around and it does that. Its layer action is going to be to maintain, keep this aura of super frost going. How far away from it were you, Roscoe?
I'm moving out of its reach.
So it's only Reginald. Reginald, roll me another Constitution saving throw.
Okay, well, I said you were a dick.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 19.
So you take 5 more points of cold damage.
Okay. Once again, it's like right on the cusp of being below 100.
So, Roscoe, my boy.
Oh boy, dear God.
Go.
All right. So, is there another building within a move of me?
Well, yeah, there's a bunch of buildings.
I'm looking for something I can get around the corner of. I've got 25 feet. Can I do that, boss man?
Yeah, we'll say you can do this. I'm completely ignoring how a snowstorm of this magnitude would hamper movement.
Okay. I mean, if you would.
Visibility.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
Okay, cool. I'll move. I'm going to continue moving 25 feet so that he would have. I'll move just 25 feet, continuing to move backwards. Good. I'm going to use my bonus action to hide.
So you're like 50 feet away from this.
I'm cool with that.
Okay. But
yeah.
that's kind of your round. Like, what can you do now?
I'll have my action.
You can't attack because your line of sight is broken.
I can use my bonus action to hide.
Yeah.
Would I not be able to peek around a corner?
You need to move. You need to have movement available.
Okay. Well, then I will take my 2 shots, move, then I'll go and hide after that. Set myself up.
See, now that's perfectly fine.
Cool. If that works, then that's what I want to do. Cool. Here's my 2 attacks. Why do I have 3d6, 3d20s?
I don't know.
I don't either. I clicked 2.
But,
Well, either way, the first and the last one would miss, and the middle one is the one that would be rolled anyway. So, 26.
Yeah, sure, you can hit. Let's see what your hit does.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5d6 plus a d8.
This is beautiful.
Come on, big money, go! Oh, look at all those ones.
That is beautiful.
16, 17, 18, 24 magic damage.
24 damage. Wow. You guys are peppering this. This arrow lands, boop, right into its frozen flesh, weakened by all this radiance that it's still holding on to. You can see all the cracks are still emanating light, and as you hit it, it cracks in several places and emanates a little bit more light. But as it does so, it pounds down its fist again onto Reginald to hit him this time. Good God!
Oh, and I still haven't got to use my reaction to cast shield.
When it hits you,
That's horrible.
that's it.
Cool, and then I'll move and I'll hide. Sweet.
Yeah.
Try and see me 32.
It's fine.
Sweet.
So he's been kept alive because I've keeping missing. I've got like 4 or 5 attacks that each deal like 17 damage. This is ridiculous. Okay, so after Roscoe, Reginald falls right behind, like almost in unison, just mere seconds behind him.
Okay, I'm going to charge at this thing and hit it again.
You never broke. You've been in combat. There's no need to charge.
Yeah, I know.
So you run back and then you charge?
No. Okay, there's my. I'm going to just roll my 2 attacks. So that's one is 7 plus 14.
No, it's not.
It is.
You have got to. I've got to open up this book and really see how you got a plus 14.
I told you, man.
What is your strength? 20. Your
My strength is 20, which gives me a plus 5.
So that's a
Then
plus
my,
9.
my channel divinity, which still I can do this for another, I think, 4 rounds. Gives me my charisma modifier as well, which is plus 4. Then I'm
What
using
oath is
elemental weapon, Oath of Devotion.
Oh God.
Then I'm using my elemental weapon, which gives me like another plus 1 or 2.
Roll it.
So
You 2 attacks land. You dirty paladin. You. I'm never making you play a good guy again.
So that's hold on. I'm calculating that it's 2 for the sword. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the for the smite, and 2 for the elemental damage. Okay, so that I'll go ahead and give you the lowest 2 here. The 2 2s are going to be the sword damage. That's 4 points for the sword, and 12. 7. Okay, 27 radiant damage and 4 points of fire damage.
Again, it cracks again, and before before the last round's radiant damage has time to dissipate, it's flowing through it again. All the cracks glowing brighter than they were before, and once again, it's trying to bring down a fist on you, trying to.
Then, as a bonus action, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith.
Yeah, plus 2 to AC.
So 23 to hit this time. You got it, didn't you?
No, I didn't. But it's the end of the round. Roll me a Constitution save for ending your round with within 20 feet of it.
Shit. So,
I'm remembering now. I owe you like 2 rounds of that already.
That's 10. It's 10. I got a 10.
So you take 10 cold damage.
And you have officially put me below 100.
Yeah. Knowing the crowd of you guys, I'm never giving you max HP.
Or a 32-point buy.
Hey, you're the one who wanted to see me play a good guy.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just BSing. I'm actually having a blast watching you guys murder this encounter. I like how nervous you were until the actual just straight up fight. All the way through. Okay, let's continue. You guys got me breaking. Reginald, right after Reginald, about 2 steps behind, Rhinox.
Okay, so Rhinox is in his typical defensive posture. He closes his eyes and, Morden, bless us. We need your help. And I'm going to cast a couple things here. So, and it's only going to affect Sam and Reginald. It's called Beacon of Hope. It's
Okay.
an awesome fucking spell. So we now have advantage on wisdom saves, which is awesome. And yes, I didn't power game this. This is actually one of my favorite combinations that I'm doing here as a cleric. So not only does it give you advantage on wisdom saves, but death saves, and it maximizes my healing. So every healing spell that I cast from now on is maximum. So as a bonus action, I'm casting Healing Ward, and everybody's going to gain lots of hit points right now. I'll calculate that in a second. But
Calculate that. I need to. How many hit points do you guys have left? He's talking about you just dropped me below 100.
I know.
What do you have? 200-300 hit points?
I wasn't going to do this, but I wanted to put it out there that this is a
I
pretty
have
good
91 left.
combination. I was going to kill him, but I figured I'd play.
You cast Healing Ward at what level?
Actually, this is straight up. Beacon of Hope is third, and a bonus action Healing Ward is first, and it's going to be my modifier plus 11.
How much is healing? I thought healing word heals like a D4.
It's a D4, but it's maximized because of the first spell, the beacon,
Yeah,
plus
that's the
my
only
modifier. Plus my modifier.
Is your modifier plus like 11?
It's 7. So it's 7.
No. How is your modifier 7?
What? My modifier, my spell attack modifier, is.
No, it's your spell, your ability modifier for your spells, not your spell attack modifier. It's your wisdom.
My bad. Yeah, so 4. My bad. I was calculating that one.
Okay,
So,
that sounded like it was way too much.
but per level, I was going to cast that as a third, and that would be 24 points if everybody gets back.
Okay, so everybody gets back.
24 points. But that's a nice little combination, man. You just fucking pop them both off there, and everybody's fat and happy again.
All right.
I know I'm back to full health. I was
How
down to
much was it?
50%. 24.
Okay, I'm feeling better.
That's pretty much. Rhinox has just unloaded everything, right?
Yeah, no, not really. There's still lots of tricks in the bag.
I mean, for this round is what I'm asking.
No, my spiritual weapon gets its attack on one of the. Because they're both still standing, aren't they?
They're both still standing. There's one. There's one right behind Thuggin.
I thought he was behind him.
Yeah, I think they're behind both of us.
One's behind Thuggin. One is behind Rhinox. Remember, they were all pushed apart
Yes.
by Rhinox's retribution. So you're both in two very close but still separate localized combats.
Okay, so I'm gonna have it attack the one that is behind me, but it misses. I don't think an 11's gonna hit.
No.
Okay, so and then I'm done. I'm still in my position. I'm not moving.
All right. So finally, the ever adept, the ever astute, the ever waiting Thuggin.
Yeah, if you'll allow it, if you can see my screen here, I have pre-rolled on a different dice roller.
No.
Okay.
Pre-rolling? No.
Well, I was going to show you everything, like, it's legit right there, but whatever. I understand.
I'll tell you what,
understand,
you can
trust me.
pre-roll as long as I get to retcon all my missed layer actions and legendary actions. Kill Reginald
So,
right now.
Basically, I get a AOP from the guy that I'm leaving combat with.
Okay.
I'm moving around behind the guy that has just moved behind my comrade.
So he gets a... What's your AC again, Thuggin? He misses.
21. So yeah, so there's a crit as I move behind, hopefully getting advantage from flanking this dude.
Why is your screen like that? That is so disorienting.
Oh, I'll change it. Stop that.
I don't know if it's disorienting to you guys, but to me it's bugging me out.
It totally was for me too, man.
There.
Like almost like a vertigo feeling.
So you land 2 crits? You're a dirty bastard. You know what? Don't even roll damage. Just describe how you kill this one.
Yeah, so I just walk around behind it.
There's a
casually.
one. There's a nat 1 in there. Hold on. Hold the boat.
It's still an advantage. Those are paired up. So 20 and 13, 1 and 7, and 12 and 20.
I was getting excited. All right, so describe how you kill this thing.
So yeah, I just walk over behind it and casually just slam both hammers down onto it and just turn it into ice mush.
Yeah, you shatter the ice, and the The desiccated corpse of this dragonborn falls under the weight of your hammers.
And as a free action, I will speak to the other one. Run, or the same shall befall you!
And I keep swearing I'm missing all these layer actions, but I'm going to take this one as the Colossus smashes down or tries to smash down on Reginald once again. And once again, look at you laughing like a madman. All right, good for you. All right. Sorry about that. So yeah, you decimated this once holy warrior, this fallen paladin enslaved by the Colossus.
Yeah, with advantage on a wisdom save before I end my turn. So 21.
Yeah, your fear is broken. Rhinox, I don't know about him. But now, finally, the Colossus and his one remaining slave get to go. The slave will roll a d6 to see if he gets his breath attack back, and he does not. So he instead charges.
I just yelled at it really meanly.
He'll charge Rhinox and swing at him twice.
Surprised it's not charging me.
Well, no, you're mad far away. You know, they're closer.
Yeah, but I'm really pissing off its master.
Yeah, you really are with all these just dice stream. You're supposed to be on the DM side. You're giving players double crits in one round, and I can't even land a single attack on this guy.
No, because you're trying to sneak attack me, you dirty.
I'm not trying to sneak attack you. However, it does hit you
68.
once and does 17 points of slashing damage to Rhinox.
You know my AC's 21 now, right?
Yeah, it still hits you once.
Okay.
I rolled a 19 plus mods, so you know it has more than a 3.
17, you said?
17 points of slashing damage, and where it had no ice covering it any longer, it now, has ice coalescing upon its desiccated flesh. You see the naked corpse of this half elf, and the snow starts to form on its blade. Your blood covering the blade and mixing into the snow as the snow begins to crawl up, stained red from your blood, your frozen blood, and then it coalesces and solidifies into a sheen of ice around this desiccated half elf's body. And then the Colossus, this fearsome, angry Colossus, sees if he can get his special attack back. Dice stream. The dice streams. I shall pray to the dice stream gods before every game now. It does not get its special attack back. Lucky you, Reginald. So it's just gonna crash down on you and bring down to bear everything it has. Its fist attacks and its sword attack. So 25, not nearly high enough, and a 27.
Those will hit.
So you get 2 hits. So the sword does 17 slashing plus 4 necrotic. As the super freezing blade just rots your flesh instantly with the frostbite. And then right afterwards, as it's bringing its blade out, it seems to extend its hand to press down on you, to draw its blade out, and it just crushes you under its weight, and you take 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. I'm almost bloodied.
I'm almost bloody. Look at you showing off and stuff. Showboating. So at initiative step 20, it's going to take its layer action, which is to maintain this super frost area, which is 20 feet around it, being the only one 20 feet near it, being that you're only 5 feet away. Reginald,
It's gonna be a 12.
you take 10 points of cold damage.
Okay.
And Roscoe,
Got it. So, um, does he see me hiding with a 32?
he's not even worried about you.
Oh. Well, okay. So I've got advantage on these two attacks. They're paired. Here comes 4. Sweet. So 28 and 26.
They both hit.
Awesome. So then I get my sneak attack on one of them. So here's the sneak attack. And with the Hunter's Quarry. Come on, Jim.
Just give me the total.
I haven't even rolled yet. Look at all those ones. I am on board. So 10, 13, that's 19 damage. And the second one, uh, 17 more damage. And then I'll move back and hide.
Poke. And the wind is howling, but there's no voices, no words carried in the wind. There's only the crushing force of the fist as it tries to take a legendary action to smash down upon Reginald once again. Oh God, yeah, that's a miss. So Reginald, just as it brings its massive fist down to smash you, and you simply step out of the way, it's hitting the ground right beside you. Pieces of ice just falling from its arm as it contacts the ground.
I look up at this thing, I reach up to lift my visor, and I smile at it. I reach in and lightly caress my cheek. I'm casting Lay on Hands, and I'm blowing every single one of the points.
Nice.
That's one thing the last party lacked was a decent amount of healing, and you guys have healing in spades.
So that's plus 50 points. That puts me back up to 119.
Jesus.
You were lucky in that its Super Frost's attack with its sword didn't recharge. I swear. So, yeah, as you do that, as you lay your hands upon yourself, it in turn wishes to lay its hands upon you. And it does not!
Go, dice
GM,
stream.
do we want to use different dice roller now?
No. No, if we were using the D20 dice roller, it's much more leveled out and how it averages its numbers, I would have killed you guys by now. Even with your ridiculous healing, like. But yeah. So at the end of your round, Reginald, roll me a Constitution save.
That don't do it.
It's an 11.
No, you take 10 more points of cold damage.
Puts me down to 109 again.
Yeah. So, Rhinox, you've got one of these Frost Warriors, one of these pseudo kings. The half elf is the only one left.
Okay, since we're all forgetting things, can I pull my mulligan right now?
I have yet to do that.
Dang. I thought you did. All right. So, all right. Plan B. Give me a moment to figure that one out. No, I already know it. As you're staring at Rodnox and he's kneeling down, behind his shield. You can see that his body starts to charge up with electricity. Static electricity just starts to pretty much go everywhere, including the little guy behind him. But as he stands up and brings his shield and mace, wannabe mace, his mug together, he says, "You are a false god. Enough of this. Back to the earth with you." And he casts Shatter. And it's going to be my first 5th level spell. And it's going to be divine inspired. So he's just going to straight up take 40 points of thunder damage.
Oh wait, I'm taking it from the wrong one.
And then
You said 40 points?
40, yeah.
So that's... Give me a second. Math is hard.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. And then I'll just tell you my bonus action is to have my spiritual weapon attack the little guy at my back. That's not really bothering me anymore.
That's the only one that's there.
Yeah, he's just a nuisance to me, so he's time.
Yeah, so roll that, because that may change the course of battle.
Clear. That's going to be an unnatural 20.
Yeah, describe how you destroy it.
Okay, as you hear this booming, thundering strike and see the behemoth take this nasty shot, he just kind of casually brings his mug up in a toast to his shot, and that's when you see this spiritual mug just shoot over and smack this king in the head. The crown, this frozen crown, not only shattering, but just flying off its shattering skull, and splinters, good shards go everywhere, almost to the ground.
So this poor half-elf, this fallen champion of your own lands, had to be brought down a second time by you. Sad. Depressing. And it's also time for me to take my legendary action!
Who wants to bet it's directed at me?
Most definitely. And who wants to bet that doesn't freaking hit?
I don't think you've rolled above a 10 to hit that strike.
Nope. So Thuggin.
Yeah. What do we got? We got one guy left.
Dice Stream broke this encounter in their favor, yeah. So, what was that? I'm sorry. My brother's listening and watching from a distance, and he's laughing. I don't know if you can hear him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Every time I'm missing,
it sounds like it's not only a laugh, but it's a cry too, like the crying laughing at you.
Yeah. So we got the one guy in front of us left.
No, that's dead. Only the Colossus remains.
To our friend's aid. I will
Colossus,
say as I
I've
start
basically been taken
dashing
off
towards the...
Oh. Should I allow the retcon for something someone forgot? I'll allow it if you allow me some retconning.
No, you
That's
should.
my eyeglasses. Okay. So unfortunately, one of you two are still afraid.
I tried to tell him. So, I mean...
He keeps forgetting to do his fear, his shaking that fear check.
Well, he's scared.
He is! Thank God!
It's a big ice behemoth.
So yeah, thuggin.
I'm trying to dash to the other side of the Colossus that Reginald is engaged with.
Mm-hmm. So go for it. You run in.
Am I close enough?
Yeah, we could say you're close enough. It's only about yeah. We'll just say you're close enough.
Okay. I'll let myself end my turn there. Prepare for next round when I'm gonna unleash all hell on this guy.
All right. As your round ends, roll me a Constitution save.
7, 8, 9, so 19.
Yeah, you get it. You only take 5 points of cold damage.
Thank goodness.
So finally, it's the Colossus' turn. Colossus is gonna try to recharge his thingy. Dice stream.
Flanking. Reginald, you now have flanking benefits, my friend.
I should kill freaking Thuggin because it's probably easier. I'm cursed against Reginald. Reginald has used Paladine to hack Dice Stream against me. But he's going to unleash all 3 of his attacks. No, wait. Yeah, he's going to unleash all 3 of his attacks on Reginald. Because Reginald, all these misses has been really saving the party. A 27 hits. I know this.
Yeah, 27
I know this. So it hits. He brings his sword down to bear on you, and just before the sword shatters, you take 17 points of slashing damage, followed by 4 points of necrotic damage.
He's been waiting to say that all night.
How much did I take? 17, 18, 19, 20?
21 total.
21. Okay.
And at initiative step 20, he redoes his layer action to keep this area of cold, this cloud of cold and super cool snow flying around him. So Reginald and Thuggin roll Constitution saves.
21.
Thuggin?
Hang on. 8 and 8 is 16, so -1, so 15.
So both of you pass and take only 5 points of cold damage. Roscoe, the mighty Roscoe, off in the distance, hiding in the shadows, obscured by the torrent of snow.
Go team. Does he still not care where I am? Or would you like me to roll myself?
He still doesn't. He is fixated on this paladin.
On Reginald? Okay.
He is fixated beyond rationale.
All right. As I'm hiding around the corner of this building, I draw the 2 arrows. I take a breath, focusing, calming myself, and when I come around, I'm going to be doing a power shot on him, taking off 5 on my attack to get 10 on the damage. So, with advantage, they're paired. That's a 19 and a 25, or 23.
23 hits.
23 hits. Got it. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5d6 plus a d8. Awesome, I'll take that. 9, 13, 18, 20, 28, plus 16 is 44 damage.
Ouch. This thing actually chunks. Okay, let me just write down the total damage before I forget. When you shoot it with this one arrow that lands in it, something happens. It lands center mass. This tiny little thing. invisible in all of the storm and darkness, just lands. It hits into the flesh, and it sinks completely into the flesh of the frozen flesh of this creature. The power of the radiant damage being ever maintained through the cracks and faults in its flesh. It just seems to explode outward, leaving a hole in its chest. Not through it, but a very deep divot within this thing. And it just reels up, jumps up in the air, and again jumps 20 feet up and 20 feet forward.
Coward, come back and fight me!
And not the best idea, but why not? Reginald and Thuggin, roll your Dex. Wait, I think it's Constitution, but for some reason I think it's Dex. Yeah, Dex. Roll your Dex. As when it jumps, the shock wave sends snow, ice, and rocks flying all over the place.
Can I
Any chance I can use?
Can I not use my dexterity to make a saving throw, but optionally fail to make an attack on this guy as he's leaving my threat? Effectively.
You can make your attack on him,
Okay.
but you still gotta you voluntarily fail.
Yeah. To do so.
Okay. So you take 13 points of bludgeoning damage. And what did you get, Reginald?
Anyway, I can use my athletics instead of my dex.
No.
Fuck, 4.
So you take 13 points of bludgeoning damage. And because he's leaving your threat ranges, people, you actually do both get your opportunity attacks.
Damn it.
Yeah. You want me to? You miss?
Yes.
Okay. Holy fuck!
You get advantage, dude.
Oh, that's right. I get advantage.
Oh, really?
Oh, tell me Dice Stream is coming back in my favor.
I just rolled 2 crit 1s.
Oh, yes. Reginald. Mere moments behind Roscoe. The creature flying into the air, jumping free, escaping your just onslaught, leaving your reach, unable to attack it.
He keeps running from my blows.
Reginald does.
Okay, so it's jumping towards Roscoe, right?
Yes.
Reginald reaches over. There's a free action. He actually yanks the straps on his shield, and the shield falls to the ground. He begins to charge. He takes his longsword in both hands and begins to charge forward, knowing it's going to land somewhere around Roscoe. And, heat and steam is just pouring off of his armor, and everything is now starting to glow. He's been channeling this divine energy for so long. He's kind of reaching his limit. Very, very close. So I'm going to hold my action so the second this thing lands anywhere near Roscoe, I can smack the shit out of it.
Rhinox. The very fearful Rhinox.
No, I rolled my fear. I got an unnatural 20 for my fear a long time ago.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, back at oh my goodness, 136.
Okay.
Anyways, I wasn't sure if that reference was towards that or just because I'm kick ass. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. All right. You know what, Rhinox?
I need him to make a Constitution save. Spell DC 19.
What is that for?
The last spell that I'm going to cast. Hopefully that does the trick.
You said DC 19?
Yeah.
Constitution save?
Yeah.
I do believe he blows that out of the water
Yeah, was that a 16 for real?
naturally. But position immunities. I can't see. Where are my saves? Okay, let me just. I try to write down everything in a document so I don't have to keep turning pages.
Yeah, so much easier. Wow, what are you doing
Yeah.
there, Mr. Roll
27.
27?
Yeah.
Good lord. Okay. Well, that fails. So,
Is that your last spell?
no. I was hoping it was going to be to pretty much end him. So, anyways, you see him, he kind of stood up last spell, and when he cast the Shatter, he just kind of stood up, and he kind of felt pretty good. So he hung his flask or tankard on his belt, and he reached into his little granary bag that he carries for all of his recipes that he has for his ale, and he pulls out basically the common ingredients that some of them are brewed with, and he kind of holds out his hand, and as he blows or tries to blow and complete the spell, I guess a gust of wind comes and takes my components and just blows them into the wind.
That's fine. That's fine. Thuggin. You be thuggin.
Yeah, Thuggin's waiting. I'm gonna move closer to where he's gonna land, where it looks like he's gonna land, and hold my action to attack this thing when he does land, if he decides to.
All right. So
Because we got him running in the air.
all right. So he be running, right? And finally, his special attack recharges. So the three of you are all within one area. Rhinox, you're what, like 60 feet away from the others?
I didn't think I was that far.
So you're closer than 60 feet to the others?
Let's
He
see.
never moved, so
No, I never really moved, so let's see. I was at 40, then I moved into 20, then he moved out. So yeah, I got to be like 50 to 60 feet away.
Yeah, I think it might be 50, but I wasn't sure. So what happens is that he jumps up in the air, right? He moved 20 feet up and 20 feet forward, right? But then as he moves forward, seeing everyone rush to where he's gonna land, his body, frail now, no longer just one solid mass, unable to fuse the ice. All the shards of ice explode and rotate around a central form. This central form looks like it's a deep, dark shadow in the snow. The separations between the ice seem to be snowing more in that localized area than anywhere else. And then it starts to fly upwards. It flies, flew up 20. It flies up about 40 more feet, right? It raises, the shadowy form raises what looks to be its hands, the whole time shards of ice flying all around it, and it then swipes down with both his hands, and the whole air seems to freeze for an instant, almost as solid ice, and I'm going to need all of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
It's going to be an 18.
Go, Dice Stream. Oh my god, I swear it's been the key all night. Natural 20, swear to god. I need to have a minicam on that. So that'd be 22. I'm telling you, you gotta pray to Dice Stream. That's what it is.
Rhinox catches a heart attack and dies. So who rolled a 19 or higher besides Rhinox?
not me.
Not me.
I got 1 point below 19.
So Rhinox, as this just super cold air, this air freezes before you. You manage to hold yourself, to stay yourself, as the moisture in your eyes, the saliva in your mouth, the moisture in your nose begins to freeze and icicles start to form, and your nose, your ears, your lips begin to turn shades of green and black as they get frostbitten. You only take 27 points of necrotic damage. Everyone else, you take 54.
I'll
I'm
use.
down.
I'll take uncanny dodge.
But I'm a half orc, so
Still
Yeah.
that.
I'm at one
Okay,
hit point.
here's the question: Do you drop to 0 first, or do you automatically drop to 1?
Ow, that hurts though. Holy cow. I gotta
What do you mean? Like,
Do you drop to 1, or do you drop to 0 and then your thing brings you to 1?
it'd be like pretty much basically the way it says it. It's like I drop to 0 and then I get to come back.
All right, this is actually very important.
Let's look it up.
It's very, very important. So let's turn to, not dwarf, to half-orc. Damn dwarves healing everybody all game long. We don't need to turn to a dwarf. All right. Relentless Endurance. When you are reduced to 0 hit points but not killed outright, you can drop to 1 hit point instead. Okay. This attack automatically kills you when you drop to 0. So what happens is you see Thuggin standing there with his two two hammers. He's trying to resist this super cold breath, and he's swinging wildly with his hammers. And he seems to just be swinging. And as he's swinging, first you see torrents of air start flying around him. These torrents of air are cooling this super cold air even further. His armor begins to tarnish. The straps of his armor rot away, and then the plates fall away at his feet. The clothes begin to blacken and rot. Then you see his flesh begin to just blacken with frostbite, rot away, and the wind tears away his flesh. His muscles also are torn away, and he's left as nothing but a black skeleton. And then he opens up his mouth as his hands drop by his side. The hammers drop to the floor. And then you see a blue light coming from his mouth. And the blue light extends outward, and he's now covered in a frost. He's covered in ice. He reaches up with his hand. A sword of ice forms. Right? He takes a deep breath in. And where were you positioned, Thuggin?
I was making my way to where the others two were, so
In between.
I'm probably
me and
behind
them.
them.
You're probably behind them?
Not like behind them, but like I'm probably approaching behind Reginald.
Mm-hmm.
So
In front of me.
yeah, so Reginald and Roscoe, give me a Constitution save as Thuggin now breathes a cone of cold upon you two.
It's gonna be a 10.
Yeah, I really don't think a 10 does that.
17.
A 17 does make it. Roscoe, you take 11 points of cold damage. Reginald, you take 22 points of cold damage.
And I'm dropped.
So you're dropped to 0. You need to give me a death saving throw.
Remember, you have advantage.
18.
All right. And at the end of the turn, start of the new round, the new turn, initiative step 20, it's going to take its layer action, and instead of maintaining that chilled area around it, it's going to make 3 attacks. All the attacks are going to land in the vicinity of where the enslaved Thuggin is, and you're gonna see from the sky, from the shadows of the sky, fall 3 large icicles, and they're all gonna fall towards Roscoe. So I believe I need to make 3 attacks on Roscoe. So
Oh,
Roscoe's AC is only 17, so
right.
that's he gets hit twice. He gets hit by 2 of them, and he takes 20 total piercing damage.
Okay.
And it's now Roscoe's turn as these icicles fall from the shadows of above.
All right. Um, anything for me to hide behind real close or hide under?
Um,
Like an overhang or?
you can try. There's buildings all over the place. You can run to a building and see if
Well,
you can break.
I should still be near a building.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like the door. You can try to break into a building. The buildings are covered in ice though.
Well, I mean, is there an overhanging eave on this building?
Like an awning.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, these are all more like longhouses.
Okay. Cool. Well then, all right. I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna just focus and without advantage, shoot up at him.
He should still be within your short range.
Yeah. I'm gonna re-roll that 1 with my lucky halfling. So I've got that 18 for sure, and that's and so that's a 20 and a 25.
They both hit.
Sweet. All right. So that's going to be a total of 4d4 and 1d8.
4d4.
Yep, a d6 for each attack, and then Hunter's Quarry on each attack, and then the d8 for the Colossus Slayer.
Oh, 44.
Yeah.
I thought 4d4 is like. Okay, so all right. So it's your arrows both land and they take from the swirling mass of ice that was once its body, that that's twirling around the shadowy figure. The orbs in this darkness, the orbs are still alight, a bright blue. You manage to knock out more chunks of this ice that they fly off into the darkness and fall to the ground in the distance, exposing more of this shadowy form that it has.
The damage on that then is 15, 17, 33.
I thought you said it was 44.
No, yeah, 4d. Oh, I'm sorry, 4d6s. My fault. I was mispronouncing that. I was just saying the wrong thing outright.
Okay.
It actually
Yeah, let me get the
is. It's there's 17 up there plus 16, 33 plus the other one that hits as well, and that'll end up being 49 damage.
Well, let me get them independently.
Okay. Independently, it's
The first one is 33, and the other one is what, 9?
none. If we take each arrow independently, it'll be 10, 12, 28 damage, and the second one will be 21 damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, since I can't hide, I'm going to use my dash, or use my bonus action and my move action to move 50 feet, trying to go around the skeleton's remains and make it over to Rhinox. What?
Rhinox, yeah.
Rhinox.
So you flat out run 50 feet from your current position towards Rhinox, which currently is it's actually Sir Reginald's go, so he would have to roll another death saving throw. He gets up at 1 hit point.
I'm up. Somebody heal me. Actually, no, I'm going to want to cure wounds on myself.
Touching himself and rubbing himself.
Not entirely sure what cure wounds does. It's like a D8 plus my charisma.
Plus your wisdom. No. Yeah.
I'm a paladin.
Yeah, Paladin's charisma.
That's 9 hit points. So I'm at 10 hit points. Yes.
Woohoo. Finally dropped him and he just gets back up. So beautiful. Rhinox, now it is your go. You're
feeling the power of the radiant energy flowing through his body. Rhinox raises his hands to his chosen god and says, I have the power. So anticlimactic. Anyways, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. I got the power. Okay, so I'm going to do some really cool shit here. I'm going to point at my man Reginald, and this beaming ray of goodness, Goldilocks goodness type stuff comes out of his finger, and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds. Okay, and as a bonus action, everybody that I see within my range has...
Okay, wait. You can't cast Cure Wounds at range.
No.
Cure Wounds is a touch spell.
It is. My bad. I'll be right back to that. Let me rewind that. And as my bonus action, first action is going to Mass Healing Ward, which is everybody that I see within range is going to be 1, 2, 3d4 plus my spell modifier. Go, dice stream, 5, that's 8, 9, 10, 11.
You're still maximized, aren't you?
Yes. Well, no, I can't maximize this one.
Oh, I thought Beacon. You're
absolutely right. So that's 3d4, so that's going to be 12, plus, so 16 points of damage, or healing for everybody. And
wow.
I am going to charge over, praying to Morden that he cures my paladin of... I was going to say Pelor, but that wouldn't be correct. My paladin or paladine.
Paladin of Paladine, who is 50 feet away from you currently.
So I won't get there. So I will... have it at the tip of my tongue when I do get there.
All right.
In my action. No. Yes, I have to.
All right. So
actually, you can dash within enough distance of me to cast it, I think.
Yeah, but he doesn't have an action left to cast it. So
No,
that's
because
entirely
I used
his
my
choice.
bonus action already. So I'm there, man. I'm coming. Wish I could do more.
So it's now the baddies, the bad baddies go. The Colossus and his brand new minion, Thuggin. And let's see if this super attack regenerates. So again, he raises what's left of his form, as it's hovering there in the air. Just in sight of anyone with dark vision. It's barely in sight, almost completely obscured by the snowstorm. Raises what's left of his form, his hands up in the air, the snow building around and around. Then he drops his hands, and the air itself seems to just turn into ice. And everyone, roll me a Constitution save.
17.
23.
Wow.
8.
So those of you, which is only one, who rolled above a 19, you take 27 points of necrotic damage.
Fuck. This is... I'm
Those
dropped.
of you're dropped.
Yeah.
So instead of just dropping normally, you drop to your knees. You have your hands extended outwards, palms facing the sky. You look up, facing the Colossus. Then your body begins to freeze. Your armor the straps of your armor rot away, and the plates fall to the ground. The cloth on your body rots away as it super freezes, and it falls. It's torn away by the wind. It leaves your form, and then you become a solid mass of ice. You bring your palms together. You bow your head, and then you stand up, extending your hand, and a blade of pure ice forms in your hand. Everyone who rolled less than a 19, you take 54 points of necrotic damage.
Even if I half it, I drop.
I'm done.
Probably knocks you down?
With 54, I'm adding it up right now. 4. Yeah, man, barely, but I am.
Wow. Okay, so Roscoe, as you're taking this damage and you're feeling the cold just rot your flesh away, you're just forced, and you feel that feeling in your hand, that numbness, that cold more than anything else. And you look down at your hands, and the one hand rots away and it turns to ice and it falls to the ground, and the other hand rots away and becomes blackened, and you're looking as this blackness is crawling up your arm, your entire form, and your armor and your clothes. They rot away, and the last thing you see is that the hand that fell away forms into a blade of pure ice. Rhinox, as your last vision, you're being consumed by the super frost, and you have your mug in your hand, and you can feel everything cooling, and the ale, the magical divine ale in your mug cannot resist the power of the Frost Colossus, and the ale actually freezes solid before you, and then the mug freezes solid, and it just extends into your arms around you until you just rot away, and you become another ice slave to the Frost Colossus. And the scene fades to black. So, guys, still well done. Very, very,
That's fun.
very well done. Just so you and our viewers know, these guys got 16 hit points of damage away from victory. That close. That if those last two fives on that D6 roll were less than fives, they would have got me. They would have defeated the Frost Colossus.
Or if he wouldn't have ran, that would have been cool too.
Oh no! You're not facing an idiot. This is not an idiot. All right. He gained at the cusp of his destruction, his blind rage and fixation on killing Reginald and Reginald alone. He was like, wait a minute. But yeah, so that's the end of the second game, Group 2 of the Frost Colossus, brought to you via the OSG, the Tabletop One-Shot Group. I've been your DM Nelson. This is Infinite Roleplay, my channel. And once again, players, you can introduce yourselves and plug your channels as you please.
Rackhorn, YouTube, I'm right there. Pretty simple. Search it and you find it. Live plays. Just got done creating Zaruda, my own homebrew world. It's high fantasy, kind of with an Egyptian feel. So be looking forward to that. Games in there. Go like and subscribe to Infinite Roleplay. Go subscribe to Art of D20. Don't know if these other two have channels yet, but I'll let them plug their own there if they do.
This is Bryant. I played Rhinox. Hope you guys had fun. I did. I don't have a YouTube channel because, you know, I'm a slacker, so it really doesn't matter. And I definitely want to give a shout out to the tabletop one shot group, because that's where we all met, hang out, good games. If you're new to role playing or Dungeons and Dragons or any kind of role playing game at all, don't be afraid to come in and try things out. People are very nice, and don't take this as an example of how hard it could be. But you had some power gamers in here with a DM who's pretty awesome, power gamer himself. So come in, have some fun, just take it light and learn and explore new worlds.
I'm, of course, Josh from Art of D20. Go over and check out my channel. Go check out Brack Orin on YouTube. Check out Infinite Roleplay on YouTube. And definitely check out the One Shot Tabletop RPG group on Facebook. Go over, get in the game, and as Dave from Nerdarchy says, I think it is, roll some funny shaped dice. I'm still in your line, Dave.
Nice.
And I'm Jim, playing our Halfling Renja, and had a great time with these guys as always, and thanks everybody for watching.
So yeah, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed what you've seen. Until the next live play, or I decide to rant on some crazy stuff or craft some crazy stuff. Peace.